Hello, hello, hello. We are just about to get that, just about to get the second half started. Sorry that I'm a little bit slow, a little bit late. It has been, well, qualifying went a little bit longer than anticipated, which is what happens. But sometimes it's just what it be. I'm just going to poke everyone here, let everyone know the stream is now live. I forgot to actually do that yesterday. But once that is done, then we will be ready to jump into this again. There we go, announcement has been made. And I think we are ready to just jump into this. Good morning, Edster. Good morning, good morning. Hopefully everything is working as intended. Good morning, Jack. Nice to see you. And with that, we are just going to double check here that the McLaren has been hit with the nerf that they were supposed to, well, eat. And they definitely have taken that nerf. The difference in top speed and acceleration is down to engine. But yeah, they've now been nerfed to a level that everyone else should be. I'm just double checking. Because as it turns out, if you make parts, the database editor doesn't actually show you precisely, and I can actually give you guys a quick showing of that, what I mean. So, what we've just seen is that every car is somewhat equal. Yes, the only exception is the engines. Now, if I show, for instance, the performance graph, this is what the database editor is saying that every team is actually at. But as I see, the database editor is actually wrong, which is kind of a weird thing to say, because you can see the individual cars there right now. They are still good. But what the database editor is actually showing here, if apparently we're lagging a little bit, if I click on any of these teams, hopefully it's not lagging too bad for you guys. Basically, what the database editor is showing is the stats of the car if they put on the latest parts. And reality of the situation is they don't do that. So the database graph here is not actually very accurate to where the cars are right now. It is accurate to where the car's expertise is. So there's something that is a little bit important, I dare say, to point out here before we get into the second half of the season. Shame to hear that, Edster. Hopefully you'll feel better soon. Hopefully you won't be sick the entire weekend. Verstappen did have an insane final lap. Hello, Pocanolo. I agree with that. Verstappen go pole Lando. He pulled that out of nowhere, really. It was 10th down in final sector. And basically managed to claw that back. Basically just insane from Max. Hello, David. How you doing? The engines have been swapped. That should be sorted. Everyone now has the updated engine power. That's been sorted. And in terms of the change to points there, it's not reflected in the game, but there was a 5-second penalty given to the McLaren drivers. Again, no fault of their own. But we'll basically just subtract that and add things up at the end of the season. So we'll deal with that once we get to the end of the year, basically. But with that said, we are going to head to Spain. And then we'll see how it goes. I've also updated everyone who re-rolled the drivers. So there is some new stats in play for some of you. Let's just put it like that. I don't know if Angel wanted to re-roll. He said yes and never said anything again, even though he has put no on the Discord itself, so I haven't re-rolled him. But if Angel shows up and wishes a re-roll before the first race, I'll make that happen. Hello, Cosby. How you doing? Hello, Simone. Spain is fun, yeah. I have 16 points now, and with the pace the Sauber is now looking to have, and plus I get my build. How do I'll make it through? Don't you have a fairly decent build, Lando? Or am I misremembering? I need to go and check out here. Because I think you opted to not re-roll.
do you often not reroll?
Because I'm pretty sure your build is okay. It's not terrible. Yeah, you have 89 cornering, 90 breaking. I wouldn't be too worried about your low defending. 75 reactions, 81 accuracy, 97 control. Considering that a lot of the people who had new builds here have gone from control monsters to not as good at control anymore, I think you'll be fine. I think the only thing you can do here really is just pray that your AI becomes a little bit more clever if you want to get through. Take a gamble with my reroll, but I needed to do, to change something. That's true. It is just how things are. That's kind of nature of this, though. You are going to have to take gambles with the reroll. That's the whole point. I'm going to be checking at the end of the break, Poconeldo. I'll try and remember to check before every race just to be on the safe side. But basically here, if we see this go up in any way, shape, or form, then we'll figure it out, basically. But yeah, as long as the average remains 81.82, I think we're okay. But I will be checking. Just saying to everyone before the race, good luck with all of your times. Recording check. I am recording, but I do appreciate that, Petrov. Thank you. Welcome. Get a good build with the vending is questionable. Yes. I think as long as you have the pace, though, you shouldn't be too worried. P1 to P9 and 5 last sounded really clever in Jeddah. I think that's just bad luck, more so than anything else. I wonder if my horrid luck will continue from yesterday, or I will have good momentum off that podium. I don't know. It's you. We never know what's going to happen. But we are getting closer to Spain here. The reason why they're saying your whole name, David, is because they're responding to you through YouTube. So it's YouTube that is doing that thing with the entire name. It should be fine. I'll be on for a little bit. 2:20 a.m. I'm sorry. We'll try and get through this a little bit quicker today, I think. Okay, we are at Spain. We are going to do a quick check here to see if anyone has done any shenanigans. It looks fine because we're seeing 81.82 across the board. Ferrari are basically given the go-ahead. Red Bull are good. Mercs are good. Alpines are good. The Williams are good. Haas is good. The Racing Bull is good. Saubers are good. And the Astons are good, if I'm not mistaken. I believe everything should be ready to go. Is it raining in Suzuka tomorrow? It might. Which is going to spice things up quite a bit if it does. I'm hoping we get at least a little bit of rain. We might even get some thunder. Which would be bad, because I don't know if they're allowed to run under thunder. And lightning. Very, very frightening. But for our Spanish GP here, it's going to be wet. So, this could get very interesting. Wet quali and wet race. Max qualifies on pole and then gets rain to help his day out.
Welcome to qualifying.
Yeah, it will rain for the race tomorrow. Okay. Let's see here what we can do. Qualifying. Spain. Wet. Let us get started here. 2.56 millimeters at the moment. It is going to increase to... Well, it's actually going to decrease. Which is kind of bad, because that means I am going to have to participate at one point. That would be a little bit problematic, I dare say. Never get confident, Floof. Damn. Poconaldo here with the wisdom. I don't know if that one AFN beats out the lap Verstappen had in Monaco, to be fair. Because that one was kind of wild. It was just bouncing over everything, really. So since everyone is doing their lap now, I'm going to participate. And we might get 2 laps here because it is going to get even drier towards the end. But let's see here. Are we seeing any improvements? Purple's 2.4 is just getting quicker and quicker here. Lunar Drift with 2 tenths up on basically everyone, with the exception of Tez. Purple middle sector as well. And so now we have a lot of cars coming over for the bank lap. It's going to get even drier, so I believe we will see more laps basically. Lunar Drift, Floof, Dub, Shakur, Inferno Trap, Misuki, David, Search and Goku are the top ones right now. Tess has ended up in danger after having a pretty good first sector. Being knocked out right now by 1000 by Kaiser, if things stand as they are. Alon Swift, Razak, Edster, Orlando, and Tess in danger currently. This could get spicy. That's so sad for Floof. Damn. Yeah, Verstappen's Monaco lap was insane. Again, really, yeah, it's apparently this game does not it's not really like you as things currently stand. I'm kind of putting myself in a box here, but I think we'll be okay. I don't think we're gonna get knocked out. 2-second improvement is what most of them are going to need. 1 point. Oh, we have a yellow flag here. Alon Swift with the lockup. That's not good.
Okay.
That's not good news. Already in danger. That danger is increased now.
There's the lockup, and they'll need to be mindful of the effect that had on the tires.
Why is my AI out near the front? Because your AI has decided to do, well, just that. The thing here now is I might get knocked out. We shall see. I need to go back to the sector timings. And Kaiser with a purple first sector. Everyone else improving. Exception of Alon Slow. And Lando is 3 tenths up on myself. 6 tenths down. Kaiser up to first right now. Lunar Drift, purple first sector. Rasek in 5th. Edster in 7th. Not really what you needed there. A little bit more would have been good. Alon Slow goes into the... Alon Swift goes into the pits. Leclerc, Poconaldo, Christie, and Bowling currently in danger. Poconaldo escapes. Search now. Nimisuki in danger. And the rest are improved. Can Bowling improve? Dub, Floof. Who's in the bottom here? Changes constantly, but I think Poconaldo unfortunately is out. Bowling is out. Inferno Trap is out, and Edster knocked out here by 4 thousandths of a second. That's incredibly unfortunate, is honestly the best way I can describe that one. Slick 3, Inferno Trap 2, knocked out by 5 thousandths of a second. And then further down the road here, Poconaldo knocked out by less than 2 tenths. Basically 17 thousandths of a second. The 4 of you are insanely close to each other. That was actually kind of nuts. I think this game is scripted. I tried to slide Monaco race 1 3 times. Every time Hamilton crashed on lap 2 of Q1. If you change your strategy, things can change. But yeah, the game, Chaos, the way the game works is that when you enter the race weekend, it rolls basically a random roll and kind of sets up some scenarios based on that. So if you re-roll, basically if you load before the race begins, you've already got the seed for that race. So unless you change something at your end, the race isn't really going to play out differently for the AI. So that is something to keep in mind. If you if you want to replay a race because someone crashes, you basically need a save from like qualifying, or to massively change up your strategy. Okay, let us jump into Q2. The two first at the top. One of my favorite tracks. Kloof, don't tempt fate. We know how it goes when you play with fate. It's gonna dry up again, similarly to last time. How are the bank collapse gonna go here? The same is like for P1, Hamilton's my driver. Yeah, sometimes you do need to basically go from a new race weekend cast. It's annoying, but it's the way they've decided to do things in terms of seeding. It's basically it seeds what's going to happen in the race, and you need to go from a little bit further back if you want something else to happen, basically. I tried changing the time at which I send them, but no change. Simulates it then? I honestly don't know. Goku will lock up.
Now this was at turn 1.
Classic cameo here.
And the car fails to respond.
You should probably go out. Yeah, I'm going to go out this time. Go speed right up a little bit more than I expected last time around. Just let fate take the wheel. Okay, so it is going to keep drying up here, which basically means we need to do a final run. We're going to have to try and find a window where we don't, cause anyone any problems. Shakur with a triple purple sector. That kind of tells you just how much it dried up when we have 7/10 down with the better-ish drivers and the best car. 20% better than the rest of you. Just how much time can be gotten here. Kaiser, Lando, Goku, Rasek, and Tez, as well as Numitsuki, currently in the danger zone before the final run here. Let's see here. When everyone goes out, we'll try and go out last. Everyone is kind of waiting right now. Dub, first one out. Christie second. Lando, Floof. And we have the two Ferraris. Numitsuki is actually going to be last one out here by virtue of the pit box, because they wanted to go out a lot earlier, but the pit box wouldn't let them. That's actually kind of hilarious, but it's already kind of getting dry, and I might have made a mistake here. Because we are the only car, with the addition to Dub, who's still on Inter tires. This could get very, very interesting. Dub is the first car going though, so the Inters maybe makes a little bit more sense that way. But for the rest of us, this might not be a correct choice. We'll see though what Dub can do here. Christie has, unfortunately, with a spin here, that's probably them out in Q2 here.
So here we go, heading into turn 1.
Soft tire plus a wet track, well, wet-ish track, did not, well, work with them. Dub here. It's going to be the first car over the line. Purple middle sector. 6/10 down though to Rasek. That's not what we need. Rasek doing a very, very good middle sector too, but again, over a second slower on those Inter tires. Is it a second? 28.8. Is the Ferrari... Has the Ferrari unlocked... Has the Ferrari unlocked Forbidden Tech here? Or are they taking advantage of their teammate? Because that is... They're going quite a lot quicker than everyone else. But we did check. 1.4 seconds quicker than their teammate. We did check before the race. That is the scariest part here. But yeah, Surge. Currently, Christie, Lunadrift, David, Shakur, Lando, and Leclerc out in Q1. Numitsuki, last one out here on the dry. Second quicker than everyone else. We checked before the race though. I don't think this is Forbidden Tech. I think it's just the weather. But yeah, this is some very amazing stretch here. Fluke survives by just a 10th. That's interesting, to say the least. It ain't over for me though. Unfortunately, it is Lando. Slipstream. Yeah, Rasek had a Giga Slipstream. Numitsuki was last out, so that kind of makes Makes it make sense, but I am worried that maybe the AI has slipped in some forbidden tech again. I don't think so, because we checked. But who knows? We'll have to check again before next race. And see if maybe this qualifying session is a little bit more normal. But it's actually the same one. But it's going to dry towards the end, so whoever goes out last is going to be the big winner.
Green light.
Ferrari may have applied this a millimeter longer than everyone. Yeah. 3 seconds, yes. Maybe the part got done on the other quali? I don't think so, because I nerfed all the parts too that were in production, but yeah, it's weird. Have we upgraded our weather center? We have not. A little uncertainty does not hurt us. Well, the Alpines have done something to Floof's car, because he was 3 seconds slower the last time, now he's 1.7 seconds slower. Floof is not in the good graces here of the Alpine crew. Oh, that is Rasek going out a lot earlier than everyone else. 3 minutes left on the clock, and he's already halfway, well, not halfway, he's already substantially around the track here. Floof out. The Ferrari, the two Mercedes are going a little bit closer to each other than they probably want. There's no gaps here for these three to take advantage of, really. Goku gonna have a chance to screw over both Mercedeses. Let's see what Rasu can do. Can't find the other guy, sticks his hand out the window. Exactly, Petrov. Illegal Alpine. Might be a good position. Purple for Rasek. What can the rest do once they get their first sector done? Rasek went out very, very early. It is still drying up. Surge with another 24. 23.9 here from Numitsuki. Similar from Lev. Kaiser. Floof. Very similar first sector. Test with 23.8. But they're somehow overtaking Goku. Rasek there, 117.2. Love it with another purple sector. It's very similar times, all things considered here. What can Kieran do? Nimisuki, pole. Love second, Surge third. Kaiser second now. Floof comes in fourth, out of Surge. Dub to fifth, Test to provisional pole. I think that is everyone actually having done their run. Goku has done something that he shouldn't have done. 1.6 seconds slower than the rest. And Rasek a second slower than the rest. I think the... I don't think there's any illegal tech here. I think it's just perfect timing and slipstream. To be fair. But yeah, Taz, pole, Nimisuki second, Kaiser third, Lev fourth, Dub fifth, Floof sixth, Surge seventh, then Rasek and Goku. The Ferrari had aura for one qualifying session, and then they forgot what they were doing. Yes, I'm still questioning exactly what happened here to Goku, because 24.4 in the first sector, then at 30.4. What are the Ferrari doing? Why are you suddenly half a second slower than everyone else in every sector? Did you just not go for a full push lap? Did the AI screw him over? Some black magic happening right now. It did get past by both Mercedes, but that's the thing. I don't know why they would do that if they're all on a push lap together. But yeah, I guess that is kind of what caused the pain and suffering. The race itself is expected to be completely wet the entire time. A little bit of a dry spell in the middle. We could see some chaos there, similar to what we had in Monaco.
The anticipation is really building. This is it.
The thing is, as on the outlap, he was in front of them. Goku was in front of both Mercedeses, and then we see on the fast lap that he's suddenly behind them. Good start from Taz. Decent start from Mitsuki. Not the best start here from Kaiser. It's getting dropped down here by both Floof and Love at this point. Kind of getting it done, but comes back actually into the corner. Not as bad as initially thought. Inferno Traps losing position here. All in all, a clean start for most cars. We are gonna retire and get out of the way. But yeah, clean start. All of them are on used inters, so that's a worrying prospect here. That the top 9, well, we are one part of that top 10. The top 9s have chosen used inters. How is that going to actually affect them during this race? Tez running away here, already a second lead, as Kaiser is trying to get that second place back. And does, in fact, get that second place. Mitsuki down to 3rd, maybe down to 4th even, as Kieran Love comes through as well. Squabbling here benefits Taz immensely, as they'll be able to just run away. Everyone else in basically DRS range, Taz out ahead by a couple of seconds. Overtake is going to be difficult. Yeah, unfortunately, it will be fairly difficult there to overtake. Kaiser, though, is hunting, or rather closing the gap at the moment. Back with everyone in DRS range, basically, at this point. The pit stops are going to be very, very important, but look at how quickly these tires are being burnt. And we have an incident here with Christie. Spin on turn 12.
That's it. That's the spin. And there's not much they can do about that now.
Am I the manager in charge of Alpine? You are the...
And for the crew, what...
You are the race... You are the race engineers in charge of Alpine. You're whispering sweet nothings to Floof Antics. Because there was already a team director, but I made you the what is the word? Are they called race engineers? They're called something else, I think, in the game. But basically, yeah, you're whispering in Floof's little air, sweet nothings and everything. There isn't DRS in the wet either? There isn't, no. You are correct on that. I'm basically just saying that everyone is within DRS range of each other. Oh, Tess gets sent to the absolute Shadow Realm. That's not what you needed. Spins on turn 4.
Well, things are okay at this stage. Round they spin. And there'll be words had after this,
Lucky
I'm
that
sure.
Tess does not take anyone with them there. Disappointment in Mercedes Garage, celebration from everyone else. They get a free position. One less competitor. That's why we're cooking, damn. Dirty from Kaiser. Free position, let's go. Can't park them, mate. Everyone just absolutely going full offensive here in chat. It had nothing to do with Kaiser, yes, you are correct. It just looked a little bit premeditated there for a second. But Tess and Christy now fighting. Christy goes up ahead. And in terms of the tires here, they're actually wearing down pretty quickly. We're lap 7. Oh, we have another victim. Nimisuki with a lockup.
Take a look here. Okay, so heading into turn 1 here.
It is wet.
Oh, and
The cars are fast.
What caused
Not
that?
all of you have the best control. Fingers need to be crossed here that you survive till the end. Basically. Kieran Love now has taken the lead ahead of Kaiser. We need to nerf Kaiser. Kaiser is the highest overall driver currently, yes. There's a couple of drivers and overall below. But in terms of overall, Kaiser is the highest rated at 86. Remember I got my first podium in Ferrari with Jasper? Yeah, I remember. I passed 2 of them. The 3rd was gifted. Yeah, Blando and Surge are close, yeah. Who is going to be the first one to pit here? Because that is going to be massive. Whoever goes for the undercut is going to get a huge advantage. It is going to remain wet for the entire thing. But the question is just how many inter tires do people have and how worn are they? Because the top 9 had worn tires. And Mizuki might actually make a comeback here because, well, they destroyed their tires the most. Down to 37%. Bowling is taking very good care of their tires, still at 70%. And we do have our first pit stop. How much quicker is the Mizuki going to be on those faster tires? Remember, 6 seconds after back here. Needs a good 15 seconds gain to get into contention for a win. But how much can they regain with these fresh tires? That's going to be the big one. How much is, well, 93% worn tires worth over the course of a lap? First fast lap here now starting. 25 to 26 for most of the rest here. Can Mizuki gain anything? 25.9. That's not good enough. Needs a little bit more out of these fresh tires. We have our second into pit lane, Razek, with a real chance of undercutting the cars ahead. Clean stop, which is what we like to see. What can Mizuki do on the second fast lap here? Probably finally gotten some temperature into those tires. We are looking at a 25.5. It's still not good enough. Gains a lot of time on some of you. But the top 4 or 5 in particular, not so much. The ones below that, though, 1 to 2 seconds, actually. Not as bad as I first thought. And if someone decides to stay out a little bit too long, they're going to get punished here. Kieran Love comes in, along with Lecher, David. They're the ones to pull the trigger here. Clean stop for Aston. What about McLaren? Clean stop. Alpine. Slow stop for the Alpines, courtesy of Tix. Well, not really a slow stop, get held up by the McLaren driving out ahead. But as we can see now, undercut not really working out here for Razek at the moment. Kieran is still, I believe, net first here with this pit stop. 27% now for Surge, 25% for Goku. We've seen this before. Is he going to come into the pits now? Snap 10, you do not need new enters. Surge comes in, Bowling comes in, Goku comes in, Inferno Trap comes in. It is Spain. Inters do get eaten around here. Clean stop there for Surge. What about Bowling? Clean stop. Did Goku 2 had a clean stop. Clean stop for everyone by the looks of it. And for Goku, used inters. Inferno actually has fresh inters, Bowling has fresh inters. But the majority of cars that are going to be using used inters from here on out. And it's going to be interesting to see if they have enough. Floof now, getting closer to the danger zone alongside Shakur. Mizuki has gotten the Haas teammate here, and undercutting could happen. Luna Drift and Shakur comes in, Floof stays out. I think everyone is going to get shuffled quite a bit here if they do not pit in time. Razek now is getting close to undercutting a lot of people. Surge is the same here. Pit stops here in Spain. If we take the expectation, 23 seconds. And Surge could jump pretty far up here. Same with Razek. Right now, they are looking to jump up ahead of Lando. And honestly, there's actually quite a big gap forming right now for the top 3. Floof goes for another lap while Lando and Edster comes in. Alon Swift comes in. Poconaldo comes in. Double stacking here for the Saubers. Is it going to be clean, though? Clean-ish. Not the best ever, but they pit and they come back out. Bowling with fastest lap. They're chasing down the lead here, but still, just too many cars have pitted. Mizuki up into 17th here. Still kind of stuck. Couldn't get the undercut working. But they will have worse tires than everyone else. So now that they're back with the pack, so to speak, the next undercut could be devastating. Floof now, 23%. Finally comes into the pits. A no stop? Letting everyone undercut. Hope Spain never comes on the calendar again. Damn. But yeah, Floof here, after pitting, is now down into 9th place behind Lecher. David almost overtakes him. Almost getting undercut there by your teammate. Right now, back into the race in net 5th place. Probably more like net 6th. I think Kaiser will be able to pit and come out ahead of you. But Serge, Love, and Rasek are now in that top 3 after the first set of pit stops. 4 cars yet to pit. Tessia is actually managing surprisingly well after that spin. Surprisingly well, I dare say. Please pit. Let's see here. I think I jump Lando there in the pits. Could be. I'm gonna use Inters. Everyone's gonna use Inters Floof. You only get 5 pair. Everyone used the Inters in quali. Every quali run you did was on Inters, so it shouldn't be too surprising there. Shouldn't be too surprising that those Inters aren't in the best condition. Christy now doing God's work for Kaiser by holding everyone else up, but not really. Almost 2 seconds quicker on those used Inters. Same here for Taz. Yellow flag, who's done some shenanigans. Nimisuki with a spin. Not a good day for the Haas driver.
And the control's lost. And that won't do anything to help those tires.
That is not what was needed here. Kaiser finally comes in, and at this rate, they're going to fall down behind Floof and Lecher, possibly even David and Goku if they have a bad stop. Because again, everyone is on a big DRS train, really. And where does Kaiser come out? Dub also into the pits. Where does Kaiser end up? Behind Floof, behind Lecher, behind David even. But managed to get that place back. Dub comes out in 15th. And right now, Christy and Taz could do the funniest thing ever and just stay out and destroy everyone else's tires before they will then try and, well, not really undercut, but keep their position, so to speak. Nimisuki has fallen pretty far back down again, 6 seconds off the back of the pack. But with that said, there's not really much that can be done here. Christy now comes into the pits. Wonder how Yuki will do an actual qualifier. The qualifiers are done premium. So don't spoil it for him. Everyone, please.
I'm not quite sure what's
Crash involving multiple cars. Missed this spoiler for me. I believe Yuki ended up 15th, unfortunately.
As for the team
Had a bad run in
garage,
Q2.
that was a
Yeah, we've had a slight crash here. But I think that one is going to be no penalty. It did say please, Edster, so I did spoil it. I'm sorry. Classification. No penalties given between Love and Tess here. But Tess is holding everyone up at this point. And burning their tires. So we reached the first third of the race done. Love finally gets by, and now Tess can do the Aston Martin a solid here by just holding everyone else up. Let's see if Kieran here can create a gap with the help of the Mercedes, and it's already happening. 2 seconds in just a couple of corners. Look at the gang of cars that just begs. They're begging. Let me by. I want to go. Rasek, Surge, and particularly Kaiser on those fresh tires further back are just begging to be let go here. But yeah, Mercedes here playing wing. Oh no! Never mind. It's over. It's all over now. Taz with a second spin in this race. sum up Sauber, you have a driver who's got the Floof curse upon them, and another driver whose teammate just doesn't want them to score points. Oh, that is unfortunate there for Taz. And Christie now getting held up. Could also be that we see a puncture here. Yep, we do. Mercedes having a very, very bad day here, all things considered. Leclerc now into the pits, going for that undercut. But Lerbeck did get a good 5 seconds with the help of the Mercedes. The question now is, are Serge and Rasek going to give even more to the Aston Martin driver? Kaiser needs to get by, and it just isn't happening at the moment. Watch Floof spin. Damn. I love how Cosby just has no mercy here. Time to fight those Saubers, yes. Rasek now comes into the pits. Releases everyone, but Serge still gonna kind of hold them up here, so it's actually a good choice here, I think, for the Ferrari crew. Floof is trying to get by and does make the move stick here. The question now is, can Serge keep Kaiser at bay? Kaiser and David, both of them coming with better tires. 30% tire advantage. Kaiser, the highest rated in the whole championship. Can they get by the Williams car? Yellow flag. The Mitsuki with more misfortune.
Through turn 4. Very heavy on the brakes. They were just unable to.
Almost takes out the McLaren there, but that is a lockup. So 2 spins, a lockup, and another pit stop basically waiting for them at this stage as Luna Drift comes into the pit lane. You are indeed P1, Kieran. On merit in this one too. This is how much confidence matters in this game. Apparently, Nimitsuki and Taz have taken on Floof's bad luck. That's the only way Floof finds himself in P2 at the moment. Serge is still keeping up, however. The things are actually kind of looking good here for them. How this one is going to end is still up for debate. Serge still holding Kaiser at bay as Goku finds his way into the pits. David gets Kaiser. That's actually kind of an important move there. Remember, Kaiser is the highest overall rated driver, but Kaiser is also very, very low rated when it comes to overtaking, and we're kind of seeing that weakness play out here. It was a weakness that Kaiser's stats worried a lot of you, but at the same time, the weakness that comes from overtaking for the AI is quite evident as he finally gets the move done as Serge goes below 30%. But he's been stuck for a long time and is now 6 seconds off the lead. Let's see here, where did Goku come out? Behind Lunar Drift here in 18th. Serge now comes into the pits. Serge, protect me. Come get me, Poconaldo. Well, Edster is chilling right now and trying to get Poconaldo here. The rivalry is growing as Lando and Poconaldo are running 9 to 10, and Edster wants to get in there and cause him some pain and suffering. Lando, with very worn tires, could cause some problems for both his teammate and for the Williams driver. Kaiser now caught up to Floof. Can the wall against one of the worst overtaking drivers on the grid? No. The wall is currently crumbling where it stands as Kaiser gets up into second. Edster gets past Poconaldo in the meantime, and they're now going to try and chase down Lando. Floof and David, Alpine 3 and 4 at the moment, in the rain. The boat's coming alive. The wall has been breached, indeed. I retract my chow. Well, at least, Poconaldo, you're a very, very good sport about it. Credit where credit's due. Lando now comes into the pit alongside Edster. Poconaldo has been set free again. Is the undercut gonna be effective here? Clean stuff for the Sauber, but the Williams Does actually jump the Sauber in the pit lane here. That is very, very important for Edster to get a little bit of freedom here. Currently, when they pit could jump Shakur, gonna need to gain a little bit more time if they want to get anyone else further up the order. As long as we don't double stack poker, we should be good. Well, you didn't poke a double stack, but you still got kind of screwed over now. As Bowling comes in, Poconaldo comes in. And the question now is Poconaldo going to beat Edster and their teammate out of the pits? Surge now with fastest lap. Poconaldo comes out, but Edster and Lando just flies up ahead of them. And as it turns out, you all had fresh tires. Your AIs just did not want to use them. As all of you now have started to use those fresh tires to great effect. Poconaldo 2 seconds down from Lando and Edster. Next to pit is most likely Shakur. But the top 10 here kind of all need to pit. Alon Swift actually comes in first. David is pushing hard. David is pushing, want to chase down Love. And you are actually kind of making that happen at the moment. Edster couldn't get me on track, so it didn't piss. My luck's not here. It happens. Also, if they have worse tires. You are correct, Cosby. I missed that. Currently, though, Shakur and Kaiser with very similar tires, I do believe. We'll see who pits first. David is quick. I won't be first. We'll have to wait and see, though. You've had a pretty decent pace here, Kieran. Remember, your reroll is pretty good, I do believe. If I remember correctly. But as of now, we are going to try and speed this up because just barely halfway through this. And there is some good stretch here in the field. Kaiser and Dub are trying to chase down the Alpines. Fastest lap goes to Alon Swift. Finally living up to their name. And Lando here, as well as Poconaldo, are finally catching Edster again. But yeah. Not really trying to get Razek, doesn't really have the tire for it, but he is a barrier for everyone further behind on pressure tires. Kaiser and Trap now does come in. Are they going to be able to undercut the top three here? New Inter again. Clean stop. Kaiser comes out behind Bowling, and Edster almost gets him as well. Edster and the Sauber's undercut here could potentially work wonders, because a lot of cars do need to pit. Question is just what is the order going to be as we get towards the end of this, because there is a lot more pit stops than I anticipated, I'm not going to lie. Who is going to be the next car to bin it? Is it going to be a pink one? As Swift tries to launch an attack on their teammate. Yes, that done. David being very cooperative there so they don't crash out. Shakur. New fresh Inters comes out pretty far towards the back here, unfortunately. Basically all the way towards the back for the McLaren. What can the rest of you guys do, really? Love is getting reeled in, but with the tire difference, it kind of makes sense. With the slipstream, it kind of also makes sense. Love and Lecher below 30%. Love comes in. Are they going to get undercut by anyone who pitted sooner, like Bowling, Kaiser, Orlando? The gaps are there to make that a potential problem. Let's see where he comes out. Dub is also pitting. Bowling comes out ahead. Bowling has undercut Kieran here. And with that, I think we can say Bowling has also undercut both the Alpines. Which is kind of insane. And that's, as it stands, we could see Kaiser as well. Lando, Edster, Poconaldo, all three of these, if they get a move on, undercut the top 7 here, really. Lecher is still staying out on 24% worn tires, 23% now. Are we going to get a puncture? What is my strategy? It's Metafix there, not appreciative of what the team is doing. Feels like they are kind of throwing it away a little bit. Lecher finally comes into the pits here. What is my team doing? Should be like the tagline for this series, to be fair. Poco, if you overtake me, I'm telling Binotto. Should we see the battle for the back here? The battle. The Saubers versus the Williams, basically. Floof, we want you to not overtake a teammate. Stop destroying your tires. Well, the teammate currently has worse tires than Floof, so I don't know how that one's going to work out. Oh, Lando is finally launching an attack on Edster, but Poconaldo has lost a position to Dub, but gets it back immediately, actually. The Mitsuki pits further back, but unfortunately they are probably out of this unless we get a safety car. This is my third stop and it's only lap 39. I'm not making it till the end. Well, you have 2 more tires, remember. There's 5 inters. I'm fine with going long. Are you, though? Razak now comes into the pits. Smoothness is king for this race. You're not wrong. Razak now comes out towards the back. The question that I have to ask myself is, will the Alpines do a double stack? Because that feels like that is going to be the Alpine strategy here. As Floof gets shuffled off track and picks up underfloor damage. No mercy for the pink boys here. They are bullying each other. David now bullies Floof to get pit advantage. Sends him to the Shadow Realm and gets underfloor damage. Clean stop there for David. Lunar Drift comes into. There is a clean stop. Taz has another incident this race.
Turn 9. That's the location for this one.
Not a good race for Nimisuki or Taz in this one. Just sends it to the Shadow Realm. And Floof continues one more lap here with damage. Where did David come out? David comes out in 14th here. So the undercuts have been quite insane. Can you survive 20 laps on one set of inters? 24 laps on one set of inters? I don't think so. So this is going to get very, very interesting to see if you can make your way back up towards the top of the field. Floof now comes into the pits. It's fine, a minor hiccup, says Floof about his damage on the radio. I don't think this has been test raced. Neither do I, to be fair. Floof goes activate. As Poconaldo are just exchanging chows. As Poconaldo gets the overtake done on their teammate. And is now going to try and chase down Kaiser. Goku just chilling with 35% more tires in a sandwich here. But yeah, Christie and Surge, they are back to their old tricks of just holding up the entire grid again. It's kind of insane, really, as both of them just say, nah, we're not doing that, we're going into the pits. Christie and Surge finally pits there. I think we are starting to get some semblance of order here. Slow stop there for Christie. Surge comes out ahead. And for Goku, it's currently the only car that hasn't done an extra pit stop. So the order at the moment: Bowling, Love, Kaiser, the 2 Saubers, Edster, Crap, Dub, Alon Swift. And then we have David in 11th, Chico in 12th, Floof 13th, the Chair 14th, Rassic 15th, Surge, Christie, Drift, and then we have the 2 unfortunate ones, Nimisuki and Kaz. So had a good race here. We'll have to see when Goku comes out now. Finally does pit. Oh, Mazepin is coming for you, Lando. Damn. Alpine sabotaging the others seemed like a canon event. Maybe. Floof, I'm your biggest fan. This is AFN. Goku gets shuffled all the way to the back of the pack here. Under staying out long carries risks. But with 19 laps to go here, I think Goku could go till the end. Christie could go till the end. But everyone here who's like 74% or so might not be able to. And if we take a look at the tire history here, the longest anyone that's gone here, I believe, is 21 laps for Kyle and for Kaiser. So 20 plus laps. Well, never mind, take it back. Tested 25 laps on their first stint, and that was with a Spinello. PBL Chris is actually just on their second into tire. They're definitely going till the end here. Look at this. Look at the tire management of Christie. It's beautiful. But yeah, a lot of these cars here that has already laps on these tires probably can't make it till the end of the race. So right now, Floof, Christie, might actually be in a really, really good spot here to get something out of this. The question will just be if they can survive till the end. I'm not sure what position I'm actually in. The pit stop is confusing me. Basically, I think everyone is in the position they're supposed to be right now. The problem is just a lot of you are still going to need to pit again. I think my AI is going to go bold. Could very well go bold. I see my reroll has shambolic pace stats. That is probably why, yes, unfortunately. Flipsync spot, let's go. No way this is gonna happen. Betting my money on Christie. We shall see here. Floof is getting cocky, and in history, whenever Floof has gotten cocky, it has come back to bite him. Gets the overtake done on Shakur there, and needed to get that done. But Christie here was 2 seconds quicker on that previous lap, so they can definitely reel him in because there is going to be a lot of traffic to get through. And right now, we are basically just waiting for the pit stops to begin again. Love and Bowling are currently just riding out front here, squabbling a little bit. Christie actually has picked up a mechanical fault somehow.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
That must be an overheating problem, which is kind of insane. That is wild. But Floof is damage, running behind his teammate right now, and burning those tires up, actually. Floof is destroying those tires. 16 laps to go. If tire management is going to be the game here, then Floof is not playing that game. Lachey is playing it a little bit better. Chris is playing it a little bit better. But Floof has decided to just no time management here. We're going full send. Everyone is lining up. Tires are being destroyed because of the heat buildup. I can imagine the Alpines here getting a couple more moves done and then going to fall down to what everyone else stuck with. And with that, we kind of see Bowling and Kieran here. They're going to probably duke it out for first. There's still 15 laps to go. They still have 30% usable tire. And if we take a look at Bowling and also Kieran here, we can see that they do need a new gearbox. That's number one. Apparently the AI did not want to get new ones. But yeah, they are losing about 1 to 2% a lap. So that they can actually make it till the end here. As things stand. David moves up to 70 ahead of Edster. The ones that do have a little bit of tire advantage now actually have a huge advantage and can move forwards. I trust the strategy, says Floof. Okay, we're going to the end of these tires. You are indeed going to the end of these tires. Currently, Lando is in a podium position. Inferno Trap, 4th. Ronaldo, 5th. And Floof is holding on to that last point scoring position here. But how is this going to end? Is he going to get Edster here? No, look at the speed of that Williams. No way Floof can get him when he uses battery. That is actually quite insane. Can Kaiser cause any problems for Ronaldo? Tyre says no. David, however, could cause some problems for Kaiser. Shakur is going to potentially cause problems for Floof. Down to 52% one tires. At this rate, Floof's going to destroy those tires before anyone else. Kaiser is the only one with lower wear tires right now, I do believe. Floof now, trying to make a move on Edster, being very aggressive. Not brave enough on the brakes there to get that move done. Need to be a little bit braver to make that stick, as Love has now taken the lead again. Lando falling down to 4th. I would also wait until my gearbox is several levels to change them. Yeah, I think I'm gonna force some changes there of components after this race. Floof now finally gets a move down on Edster, up into 9th. Floof has indeed completely destroyed his tire advantage. He's even lower than Lando right now. He is eating those tires up at a dangerous pace, if you ask me. I would talk with the sporting man, someone else made a call. Last I saw you were on top. There goes the podium hopes. I think you're still fine, Lando. We don't know how this is going to end yet. I'd pit again and undercut. Are you going to be able to make 10, the overtakes in 10 laps, though? That's going to be the big question, Floof. Did everyone behind Kaiser pit? No. No one has yet to pit again. Right now, they're just managing their tires. And Kaiser gets Poconaldo. Poconaldo is probably going to be able to get this spot back, I would think. Yes, makes that move. Kaiser does not really have tire to sacrifice to fight that. Needs to just manage at the moment. 10 laps to go. 13% usable tire before they start really, really suffering. Is it worth betting now? I think you can make it work. The problem is just getting the overtakes done in time, because right now, from first to last, it's just 27 seconds. So basically, whoever pits is going to end up at the back of the train. That is just the nature of this one. I think everyone has to box again. We did see that if they manage tires, they use 1 to 20%, 1 to 2%. So with 20%, you could survive till the end, as Edster gets his place back ahead of the Floof. But yeah, some tires that are being used to dangerous levels. We can get an advantage undercut? Could, yeah. If everyone pits, it could be interesting. It could be interesting if anyone really pits here, to be fair. Ciao, Floof. Dub now. Guess the other Alpine. Bowling has an advantage in the fight for the win here, in terms of tires. It's not a huge advantage, but it is an advantage. Bono Trappe is fighting Lando for the podium. Kaiser fighting Poconaldo for 5th, with David fighting for 7th. And then we have Alon Swift fighting Floof now, as Edster has actually run away with it. Floof was hoping for a win here. To borrow the words of... Alright, just give me a second. To borrow the words of Russell, I was forecast to win. How did we screw it up this badly? As Floof finally falls out of the points. Down to 11th now, with that underfloor damage. Currently, Lando is in 4th, but there's still lots of laps there. A lot of things that can happen. I think at this point, Floof, you should pull the trigger and just get fresh inters in the event there is a safety car. Because things are not going really as you want them to. Floof, I'm sorry for the horrible strategy, says Tix. Inferno now, it's actually pulling away. As the top two are squabbling. Love is not willing to let this one go. Wants to keep that lead. With 6 laps to go. Polling. Switch it to the inside. And Love is sent to the Shadow Realm. That is not good. Spin on turn 7.
This is what happened. Here we've got the Aston Martin. And round they go. And a wonder.
Polling using a cheap trick there. Driving up on the side and saying boo. Can Dub get Poconaldo here? Poconaldo survives without getting sent to the Shadow Realm. It's not willing to give up that place, but unfortunately, I don't think they have much of a choice there. They're still going at it, and David is looking to get whatever is left over. Dub gets that 6th place. Lando now is Catching Inferno Trap. A lot of things could still happen here, I think. Let's just pray and hope that others have punctures. I think it boils down to Poconaldo that you're trying to manage tires. That's why you're slow. Karen now is in danger of actually getting choked out of the podium with 33% one tires. But Kaiser's in that very same boat. Alonso Swift here is also in that same boat. Tires are going to the limit now. Whoever locks up, whoever spins, it's going to ruin their chance and put themselves in a really, really bad position. Special AI strikes again. Yes. True. Change the name to Flavio Briatore for next season. Can Dub get 5th place here from Kaiser? And can Poconaldo claim 7th place from David? Dub couldn't make it work on this occasion. Neither can Poconaldo. What about Alon Swift? Still chasing the Edster, but Floof is not giving up just yet. Remember, once the tires go below 30%, and we are getting there, you start to lose a lot of performance. Flufio Flufatore. That could be huge. Floof here, trying to go through on the outside, then the inside, gets the move done. Back into the points. What about Dub here? Has caught up to Kaiser now. Is Dub going to be brave enough on the brakes to get the move done? Not on this occasion. Lando and Trap are chasing Kieran now. And with 3 laps to go and 30% tires, it's not looking good. And neither is for Kaiser. 29% now. Alon Swift, Lechair, both of them below that 30% mark. Dub is not letting go here of the potential 5th place. Could we see punctures? Probably not unless someone actually locks up. Lechair, though, could maybe make that happen. Dub making the move. Lando and Trap are also fighting at the same time. Dub couldn't get it done on this occasion. Lando and Trap are still squabbling here. They're not going to give up. And honestly, them squabbling is great for Kieran. Because if they would just work together, they'd probably have caught up to him already. We have so many cars further down here still trying to get some points. And we can see Poconaldo now trying to launch an attack on the Alpine. Final lap is underway here in Spain. Bowling leads. Kieran second. We have Inferno Trap, who is catching Kieran at the moment. And Lando sitting comfortably in 4th. Kaiser in 5th here. Dub falling back a little bit. David, Poconaldo, then Edster and Floof. And we do actually have a puncture. Lechair is going to hold up everyone further back, giving a little bit of breathing space. The two are fighting for the final point. Can Inferno Trap here now get the Aston? Answer is yes. Just having that tire be above 30% is in fact enough to get that move made. And with that, we have a winner. Bowling. 2nd place goes to Trap. 3rd place to Kieran. Lando gets 4th here. Kaiser and Dub in 5th and 6th. Kaiser with that fastest lap. David 7th. Poconaldo is going to come in 8th. Edster holds on to that 9th place. And Floof does score one very important point here as at the end, so to speak. The spin did in fact kill you, Kieran. You're not wrong. Yeah, that was some pretty bad luck.
They'll be very disappointed to have had their race end early. No driver.
I score points at least. Points? Points, yes. Low control, rest in peace. Well, it happens. But Bowling here in Inferno Trap. Bowling improved 18 places. That's quite nuts. Inferno Trap 15. Kieran, you're still up a place from where you started. Lando here up 4. Poconaldo up a good 10. So Most of the cars outside of points kind of threw it away, let's be honest. Umisuki and Taz just got absolutely shafted by the game. There was plenty of bad luck to go around here, in all honesty. Drivers then, Goku is still on top. Kaiser is in second, Inferno third. But Bowling and Kieran move up quite substantially here. And the Saubers now are equal on points. Well, I do believe there is some extra points there, but we'll tally those up at the end of the season. So, for now, you are equal. Is my estimation. Bowling does a Giano up there. True. Okay, Martina Lemon has been poached. What a tragedy. Our team will suffer massively for this. Next up, we have Qatar. Let's pray it doesn't rain. Those who get knocked out in Q1 all benefited? Indeed. I think extra qualifying runs were impactful in Taiwan then? Yeah, true. See you in a bit then, Kieran. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, we're gonna have to... I'm gonna add up the penalties after the end of the season. Then we'll take a look at where everyone ends up after that. I don't think it's gonna rain in Qatar. Well, the thing is, I did a random roll for when it was gonna rain or not, Cosby. And that random roll goes for both races and for quali. So you have about a 50% chance it's gonna rain in quali and another 50% chance that it is gonna rain in the race itself. So, what do you think? Are we getting rain in Qatar? I don't like Qatar. I like Qatar. Upgrade the weather center. I'm gonna grant you this mercy. And I'm gonna give you one upgrade to the weather center. 24 days there. Then we're gonna put AFN in it. I forgot to check the cars. I just realized. I'm clicking a little bit too much. I'm getting a little bit too excited. We'll take a look at that afterwards then, I guess. But in this short time, I think we should be okay. Yeah, go to practice 1, qualifying. Let's see how this goes. I'm going to go and show us. Hopefully I come back in the lead. Well, good luck, Lando, on that.
We're moving on now to the all-in.
I'm in charge of the weather center. AFN just celebrating. But yeah, no rain in quali. I was just pulling your nose, I guess. What is up with the camera? Camera was struggling there for a second, but yeah. We are having no rain here. We are having a yellow flag, however. What happened? Love starts Qatar out by running wide on the out lap. Could be worse. Coconaldo decided to be a little bit in the way there, but that's fine. Goku, a little bit in the way there, but we should still be okay, I think. Let's see how these first banker laps go for everyone. And then we shall see who are the unlucky 5 that are going to get knocked out here. Qatar is a track with a lot of turns, which means that it also a track with a lot of holding up, as you can see from Inferno Trap here. I love the tracks that over translate to good position. What is that traffic for Floof? What do you mean? Floof's safe. There was no traffic for Floof. David, however, has not had a good start to his run. Not a good start at all. He's yet to set a time because he locked up on his fast lap, so they called him into the pits. But yeah, currently in danger. Luna Drift, Taz, Goku, Inferno Trap, and of course David, who set a record for Sector 3. Sorry, Swift set a record for sector 3, 482.5 seconds. Clean lap, no pace. Could be just a bad run, Edster. I wouldn't mind qualifying 11. I hope I don't get knocked out. We shall see. Razek improves first sector, but not second. Improves up to second, though. 2 seconds off the lead car here. David is also vastly improving. Similar time to what Razek has. Gets up into third. Edster now. In danger. Unidrift in danger. Goku in danger. Still in the pits? What? Goku's decided to just sit this one out. Inferno Trap held up in the first sector. Couldn't improve. Does not get across the line in time. What can Lunadrift and Edster do here? Lunadrift gets out. Pocanaldo is in danger but improving. Edster, slow first sector. Better second sector, but it's not going to be enough. It is not. And Nimitsuki also. Inferno Trap, Task, Goku, Edster, and Nimitsuki out in Q1. The Ferrari kind of just gave up it. They did the runs. But that's still kind of wild. Floof living dangerously as usual. But the question is going to be, is it better to have extra tires there, or is it better to qualify high? Because it is going to be probably just one big DRS train again. That has been the theme of this season. I'm suing from Inferno Trap. Just happy to be in Q2, Pocanaldo. Hello, Nick. Let's see how the banker laps go, as pretty sure we got held up again. 19.5. 26 for Kieran in the first sector. 25.9, 26.8. Floof is getting held up again. Floof is just stuck behind another car. And let's see here. Floof, 2.8 second. Some problematic first run. Pocanaldo up into third. What can Surge do here on the banker? Surge is up into second before Dub immediately takes it away. What can Shakur do? Drift there, a little bit in the way. Is that going to cost? Very costly. Very costly right there. 3/10 down in the first sector compared to Ransec. What about the second and third? Second was okay. But the third sector definitely lost a lot there. What can Rasek do here? Rasek 2 lose a lot in the third sector. 27.4 is what Christie did. Rasek lost 8/10 there. That second sector holdup, as cars are trying to go into the pits, is devastating. As both the Alpines are in danger, as Bowling is in danger, Rasek, Shakur, and Lando now find himself at risk of getting thrown out at the moment. We're trying to get through this, basically qualify, Nick. Otherwise than that, things are going good now. Been a couple of busy and sick weeks, but I'm feeling a lot better. Was I unused? I would think so. Most teams do the first run here, or the first run in Q2 unused. 25.6 and 25.8 for Lecher and Kaiser respectively on their last runs there. Lecher improves up to second. What can Kaiser do? Improves up to fourth. Dub, Pocanaldo. Pocanaldo does not improved. Pretty poor first sector there. Lost 1.2, 1.3 seconds compared to everyone else. Dub improves slightly, if I'm not mistaken. Pocanaldo now is also in danger. And Shakur is improving in that first sector and does have clear rain. But when this train's going to get caught, Shakur could be very, very sad. Pocanaldo not really holding them up there. Decent sector 3, but still in danger. Kieran improving, but slow middle sector. Good final sector though, sees them through. Pocanaldo now in danger as Christie is rapidly improving. Christie improves. Pocanaldo knocked out. Shakur now in danger. Who is gonna knock them out? David is improving. Lando is improving. Shakur and Lunar Drift are both in a dangerous position here, alongside Alone Swift. 4 cars are improving down here. Razak out. That's a bit surprising. Up into third for Lando. Shakur is out. Lunar Drift, Alonso Swift, and Kieran all in danger as David improves. What can Bowling do? Bowling does not improve. What can Floof pull off here? Last car over the line, and Floof improves to 5th, knocking out Alon Swift. Bowling improved in all sectors, but was still just too slow here. Last time's winner out in Q2. Blocked Naldo. Shakur is such a donut. Damn. Hello, Razak. Hello there. Too easy, says Floof. Floof, you barely scored points last time you were in Q3. Shouldn't celebrate that hard. I'm just happy Shakur's out with me. Ronaldo here with a little bit of vengeance brewing. Remember, there's double points in the final race that can change things.
Green light.
Oh, I should not have gone out. That's my fault. Just wanted to make sure the track was safe. Let's use that as the excuse. This time I remembered it though, and we got back in. Lando here with a purple first sector. Kaiser with a purple middle sector. Purple final sector 2, which isn't that surprising. So it's 7/10 down basically. Lando almost 2/10 off. Kaiser showing that it can be quick. Floof 3/10 off. Rooting for the Floof bottle, says Razak. The finale is Baku, yes. I'm just vibing right now and currently invulnerable to the feelings of annoyance. I've already stolen 1 pole point this season, and I luckily remembered to not do it for this one, Razak, so yeah. I've already done that once. Lando is owed 1 pole point. Is Yvette Baku right? I don't remember. I'm gonna have to be honest. There is 2 races remaining off this one, and one of them is going to be wet. So it is a 50-50. We shall see what fate has in store for us. Final runs are starting with Floof being the first one out on track. Followed by Christie. Wait, Christie is already on the fast lap. What? Floof was just being in the way. 25.7 should still be good. 28.2 should be good. It is improving all along. Let's see where Christie finds themselves. If I make it to F1, can I make a reroll all stats 50 to 100? I don't think I don't think that's going to be allowed, but I'll consider allowing you guys to reroll before you go into F1. Christie, 2.38 behind the top 3 here. Let's see what Floof can do. 25.6, purple first sector. A good start, but there are cars up ahead that could be problematic. First one is coming up right now. Williams gets out of the way cleanly. 28.1, not a purple, but really, really good. Second car, cleanly out of the way. Is Floof going to put this one on pole? Are we going to see a Floof pole? We are not. 1.48 behind. Kaiser now improves in the first sector. Can they topple Dub's time here? How many rerolls do we get for F1? Mostly will probably just be the one gamble. I haven't decided yet, Poconaldo. Kaiser does not improve. Karen here, are you going to be improving? You have a yellow first sector. Improves time to identical to Christie, but sets in second, so it doesn't actually get an actual improvement here. What can Surge do? Up into 7th. David, what are you cooking? No improvement in placement, unfortunately. Dub takes pole. That's a weird looking pole position. Instead of giving you one reroll, allows to make stat range changes. I'll consider it, Poconaldo. I'll consider it. But the thing is, if I give you stat range changes, then basically during the mid-season reroll, we would have to allow for stat the range changes there too, which we might do. Well, I'll consider it. Consider the pros and cons and take it from there. But yeah, Kyle puts it on pole. Kai's second, Floof third. And we have Norris, Christie, Love, Surge, Chair, and David. Let's see what this race has to offer. I am Floof's race engineer. You are indeed. So if Floof does not stay on pole, you are to blame. Yeah, we are going to change the setup here. We're going to start from the pits. And then we're going to jump into Qatar.
Well then, it's not long until we're about to get going here in Qatar. And it's lights
out and away we go. Good start from Dub, I do believe. Better start from Floof. He might actually get both of them here. Kaiser with a poor one. And Floof, unfortunately, is not capable of jumping into the first. But Christie will lose their teammates off, and Kaiser loses 2 positions on the start here. Lando in 5th, Surge 6th. Love, David, Lecher, and then Lunar Drift finishing out the top 10. But there are actually a surprising number of hard tire runners in the top 10 here. And that should make things interesting with where they end up in terms of the tires and the pit lane. We are retiring the car.
Sorry.
Indeed. I'm curious how this is going to work out. As Dub has already gained a couple seconds, but we see that all the time. They gain 2 seconds and then they immediately lose them as the other cars start DRSing off each other. Floof has already lost DRS to Dub. Yes, you are not wrong. But I think that DRS is going to return pretty quickly. I come back in 5th, I'll take that. Well, we just started, so it would be impressive if you were anywhere else. But yeah, Dub here, creating a gap. Christie and Floof also creating a gap to Kaiser. And with DRS now enabled, we will be seeing some changes back and forth. But just 3 laps into this, and 20% of those soft tires are already gone. So Christie is definitely going full send. Rasek and Goku are both going full send. And this could be pretty bad for the pit lane. Is the undercut going to be the name of the game here in Qatar? With the 64 defending, I wouldn't put it past you, Nero, for me to end up last. Well, we'll see. You're on a hard tire, which is not great for you either. I just woke up. It's so... Hello, Nimasuki. You had some of the most terrible luck I've ever seen in Spain. But yeah, we are hoping for a comeback here. Three laps and 20% one soft is a serious minutes lead. Have you tried Qatar before? Because Qatar eats your tires if you don't do anything but, like, you know, conserve. I see a red flag. We can pray. What's Dove smoothness? Good question. I don't remember. Otherwise, 80 smoothness is the report. But yeah, whoever runs out first generally just has better time advantage because temperature. So that helps. Inferno, where's my pace? Apparently you left it at home. 3 seconds off the back here. What are you up to right now? Apparently Qatar is not your track. I had a comeback. Got 72 control on the reroll. It is not good. It is unfortunate, yes. His smoothness on softs is better than on mids. That is true. Cliff now in the lead. But they are getting reeled in. There's just no way around that. There's still going to be a lot of back and forth. It is still very, very close between basically all of you. Dub now breaking free again. Did not like being behind Fluke. Felt that was not where they belonged. Christy Mechanical, I did forget to just forcefully swap your engines. We'll do that after this race. It needs to happen. But we should be seeing some pit stops happening very, very soon here. From Christy in particular. Inferno Trapper just not having any pace whatsoever. Losing DRS has really, really hurt them. Burning their tires as well is also not really helping at the moment. Bowling is crazy smoothness? What's bowling smoothness? I don't remember. What race is this? This is 6 out of 8. Do I have damage something? Not that I know of. So does great smoothness? I do believe so, yes. Nice my AI pushing it hard, lost all good tire runs you had. You still are the best hard runner out there, so at least not all the AI is pushing in the hard tires. Bowling is at 87 smoothness, yeah. We are going to do, as mentioned, engine refresh after this. Apparently it didn't stick when I did earlier. And Christy now is not having a good time with it. Surge has 71. Are you looking at his reroll? Still not gaining a fresh softs. We shall see. Don't have any engine problems, as far as I know. Yeah, your engine's not that bad. So it shouldn't be car related. I honestly don't know what's happening here. Dub now comes into the pit lane from the lead. Luna Drift also comes into the pit lane. Mediums for the McLaren. RBF something against Christy? Yeah, we're gonna have to do we're gonna have to fix that up. That is now 7.5 seconds for Dub. Dub just flying at the moment. Brasek is getting into close to that dangerous area. If they stay out any longer, they're not going to be happy about it. Well, in this case, you have no one to overtake, Bocanaldo. Didn't you start off this season with a win? Or was that a previous season, Razak? Medium tire for the Ferrari. $97 overtakes to get past my 64 defending. Rough times, Poco. Wow. Well, it made that look easy at least. Surge now, in danger. Well, getting close to danger. So I'm not chatting much, eating dinner. Don't worry about it. A lot of cars coming in once. It's a double stack from the Alpines. Is that double stack going to cause David here any problems? No, it is a clean one. They're fine. Floof comes out ahead of everyone else in the pit. Surge has a pit stop issue. And that benefits Floof immensely because Surge was ahead. Is now far behind. Swift Goku also gets fresh tires. Right now, Floof in net first after the pit stops. Christie in next second. I do believe. No, never mind. Dub is in net first. It's getting held up though. So Floof second, Christie third. And once the rest pits, they are going to come out behind them. The gaps are ridiculous. The gaps do happen. Nimisuki and Taz coming into pit lane right now. Medium for the Haas. Clean stop. What about Taz? Out on new soft tires. Rolling now. Almost done 20 laps in those softs. Is the carnival element? There shouldn't be. I turned everyone's expertise to basically nothing before this. And I also went ahead and nerfed all the parts they were creating. So it shouldn't be very different. Dub. Let's see here. Dub is about 6 seconds ahead of Christie and Floof, who are currently being held up. So a little bit ahead. But not anything super massive at the moment. Like Floof, Christie, Kaiser, David, all of these guys have already pitted. 6 to 7 seconds difference, but yeah, Dub is definitely quick. Dub got one of the best rerolls, I do believe. Lando comes into the pits. A chair. Pocanaldo comes into the pits. Are the Salvas going to double stack? Or are they going to be good? It's a good start for both the Salvas by the looks of it. Fastest lap goes to Nimisuki. I say I'm trying to get that Ferrari. But yeah, everyone has done a pit stop now. Dub in the lead. Floof second. Christie third. Kaiser fourth. We have David, Surge, Lunar Drift, Love, Shakur. And then we have Tess and Bowling. Gonna be to see if those guys who stayed out longer, particularly Edster here on the hard tire, is going to be able to make something work out with the with what they've done here. Inferno Trap here just has terrible pace for some reason. I think Dub has stolen they've stolen something from Inferno Trap, because basically this gap and this gap are very, very similar looking in my eyes. I honestly don't know what's happening to your drive, Inferno. We're gonna have to take a look at that. Could be that their stashes do not suit Qatar for some reason, but it's very, very weird. And in particular, if you look at Lunar Drift here, they're up into 8 and they're doing well. So I don't think it's the car that is causing problems for you either. I think it's just a case of bad luck, bad form. I genuinely don't know, and that is the confusing part. Bluefin now, Christie and Kaiser are reeling in Dub. Slowly but surely. I think got the best reroll, his second highest overall. That is true for Dub, yeah. Good double stack, that makes a change for once. Did I do a Fernando Alonso and forget how to drive? Maybe. It kind of does seem like an Inferno, I'm not gonna lie. I'm stuck to my slow data. That is unfortunate, yeah. Struggles to load to 40p. That sounds like a crime to be forcing you to do that. But yeah, Dub right now has also kind of forgotten how to drive. It's getting reeled in by both Fleet and Christie. They're now just a couple of seconds behind. Christie, even with that so-called mechanical issue, is still just flying at the moment. Gimme some points. What, do you need some points, Floof? I cast Floof lockup. Yeah, Inferno is eating tires and just not having any pace there. Something weird is going on. We checked the cast at the beginning. Maybe the AI has done something stupid. We had an incident of this before where the AI decided to use, destroyed parts. So I'll take a look at this in the editor after the race and figure something out. But I don't think it should be that. But we shall take a look at it. New mediums there, and we have a yellow flag as Floof finds the wall. Bowling with the lockup.
Right, let's follow the action now at turn 7. And there goes the steering.
He used my own spells against me.
It was just too late.
Bowling it with a lockup. That's not good for their tires. 61% worn now. Bowling has decent tire wear, but everyone is very, very similar right now. Christy using more of theirs to try and chase down Dub. Well, more like trying to chase down Floof, but you get the idea. Gets the overtake done. And now chase Floof. The gaps are pretty big, so yeah, we'll take a look and see what exactly is going on with the AI. Particularly in Inferno Trap's case, it's just kind of insane. But at least showing some good pace in those mediums. 26.2. Christy goes to a hard tire. That is going to be undercut potential. The problem would be traffic, though. Look at this. If you had been basically 2 seconds quicker, then you could have avoided all of this and just had Tess to contend with. Trap about to be lapped? Yes. Right now, the question is going to be, is Kaiser pits? And he actually pits as I just start thinking it. So Kaiser comes in the pit lane here. And Mitsuki should be the next one. And I'm going to be curious to see what kind of lap times Chris is going to do and compare them to Inferno's. Kaiser does not beat Alon Swift out, but on the positive side, it just has one car to beat before they are kind of in clean air here. So not a bad stop for them, let's be honest. Christy now is starting on their first actual fast lap, but there is traffic in the way. I don't know if I would call this a fast lap or not. As Dub now finally comes in the pit lane. From medium to medium. That is actually quite the advantage around here. Dub retains net first as Christy just can't get through the traffic in time. 28.9. Should be a lot quicker. Particularly compared to that, it's a 3 second slower time than Trap here. So definitely something going on with just being held up. Chance of a Floof podium? Eventually. Depends on if your AI decides to run these tires in the ground or not, then you get undercut by everyone again. Which could happen. As long as that does not happen, I think you are on for a podium here, Floof, potentially. We'll have to wait and see. I don't think your driver went conserve on the softs, though. Christy, mechanical fault again. Does that mean you were about to DNF? Because that would be unfortunate. Pretty good position here for Christy. We'll have to see now when they come in. Stays out at least, so just a major fault. Yeah, major fault there as fast lap gets snatched by Dub. Overtake now on Lando. Tess still staying out, getting close to that 30% mark. Bowling comes in to a hard tire. That is undercut potential. Your driver's done something in Inferno that doesn't make sense. If I try to think about this from the game's perspective, you might have been hit by a loss of stats, but that shouldn't really happen. Everyone is 20 years old. Everyone has average development. Each team has the same facilities. So if that has happened, it would be kind of insane. Hard for the Alpine. Hard for the Mercedes. Medium for the Sauber. They do something a little bit different than the rest here that they are pitting alongside. Mediums left. I don't know about hards who set a start. Then you probably don't have any more. Most teams only have one set of hards for the race, and Eds is currently on his pair. Floof is staying out long. And at this rate, Christie is gaining. Dub is gaining. By the time Floof pits, they might be a pit stop down. Either than the biggest masterclass or the biggest fumble. We'll see. Hard there for Lon Swift. Hard from Shakur. Christie's doing surprisingly well. Has to be said. Surge comes into the pits now. Where will Surge end up? Hard tires. Are they going to try and go till the end? 17 laps. Is doable for sure. At this point, AI is basically doing their final stops. Hard for Goku. Hard for Red Bull. I think that's still hard for everyone here, basically. Poconaldo, soft tire. That's an interesting choice this late in the race. I'm not gonna lie. The softs evaporated earlier. I don't know if these softs are gonna evaporate. That remains to be seen. Lecce here. 10th place finish. Well, 10th place at the moment. Now 11th. Does need to pit. Top 2 does need to pit. And at this rate, Floof is looking like they're gonna get reeled in by, well, a lot of cars at the moment. Net 5th on pit at the moment, and David is 4 seconds lap quicker. Edster will not be that, but Bowling cares. Once they find freedom, they're going to be 4 seconds lap quicker. If the top 2 stay out for 2-3 more laps, they're going to have so many cars to get through that it's not even going to be funny. Dub now, up into second again. My bad, Poker. I think Sober gave me the good strategy. Damn. Think of your tire advantage. Tire advantage is one thing, but getting overtakes done have been quite difficult, which we've seen. Love comes in. Edson comes in. Leclerc comes in. We have a yellow flag and damage for Surge.
Oh, we've had a crash.
Surge has straight up crashed on turn 1.
There. That's the moment of impact. And the car leaving a bit of paint on that back.
That is suspension and rear wing damage, I dare say. That is probably Surge's race out here and a couple extra points for someone else. That is unfortunate, but no safety car. No safety car savior here for Floof. Love on soft tires, 7th place. This could be interesting to watch. Floof finally comes into the pits. And they are in danger of getting overtaken by both Love and Bowling here. A pit stop issue and they're suddenly out of the points. Soft tires for the Alpine driver. Alpine are going all in here. Where do they come out? David comes by. Actually, not that bad. Could have been worse. Soft tires in 5th. 15 laps. How did you guys actually handle the tires earlier, the softs? 15 was the limit there for Kyle. We had someone take them a good 15 laps there as well. This is going to be very close. 19, 18 laps there for Bowling. Floof versus David at the moment. Can Floof get by? David just is blocking. Quite aggressively, I might add. Making it difficult. There we go. Floof finds freedom. I think the cars around 70% are going to be slow because they need to manage tires. But Floof has already used 7% on basically one lap. At this pace, Floof might burn the tires a little bit too early for comfort. Surge is still staying out with some damage. Damage can't really be fixed though, so it's more the tires that I'm worried about. There goes my championship dreams. That is unfortunate, Inferno. As you go into the pits yet again. Surge is just staying out still. Conserve your tires, Floof, if there's a chance. Not really a lot of conservation going on right now. There's still 13 laps, including this one, and Floof's already down to 88%. Kieran is burning tires at the same rate, though, so they are also in a little bit of danger. But Floof is really in the top 3 here by 1.5 seconds a lap at the moment, which means that they could get caught. Podium is in play here, most likely. Kieran now, going after David, the other Alpine. We also have Taz trying to get Surge further down the road. What can Kieran do here? Gets the overtake done. Taz gets the overtake done. Mitsuki now does want to improve a little bit here ahead of Surge. Surge is still staying out. That is not what we... that's not what he needs to do. If he stays out, he's just going to suffer even more. But that is the current state of affairs. Am I lapped yet? You are indeed lapped once by Dub. As it stands, unfortunately. You just see Dub ahead, so you just got lapped. You're actually keeping up with Dub at the moment. So... that is Dub. That is the race leader. And that is Inferno. Inferno is keeping up with Dub at the moment. And we might see the race leader get overtaken by the only lapped car. Because you're on soft tires and you should be quicker. Really. It's kind of a wild situation, to be fair. Floof is trying to reel in Kaiser for that final podium slot. We shall see. 10 laps to go here. David will win on the long run. We shall see. Can you see what's wrong as to why everyone's been gapped? We can take a look at that. The gaps do kind of form here. It's not uncommon. But stuff having gap up front does happen. Gap further back here. It's kind of honestly just Qatar, I think. The extreme tire wear. Because it wasn't this bad like last race, for instance. But we'll take a look at it to make sure that there's no problems. Floof now finally catches Kaiser. Is Floof going to get the pass made, though? We have a puncture for Surge. That's going to hold up the bottom cars even more. As Floof gets the overtake done, and it's now free to chase down Christie. Guess I have the Ferrari curse. Do one good race next race you perish? Indeed. Why would Surge not pit? Just the AI. The AI just refuses to pit at the end of races. They become very, very dumb. Floof gets up into second now. And it's actually going to act as, I think, a DRS pull. To help chase down Dub, potentially. David now, fighting Kieran. The thing is, there's still 7 laps remaining. Floof is at one point going to start losing some tire compared to the others. Should maybe have enough to work on here, but Kieran is going to be in trouble. Hard runners are going to come back towards the end here a little bit. But for now, not really too much to be done. 2 seconds per lap. Is the dream alive? 1 second that last lap. 7 laps to go. The dream is indeed alive for Floof getting Dub here. Hello, Kaiser. How you doing? Floof could, in fact, chase down Dub here. No joke. It could happen. David and Kieran are still having a bit of a battle here. They are basically on one. Bowling and Tess on the other one. Apart from that, not really that many people that are squabbling at the moment. There have been some pretty decisive gap forms in Qatar, and as I said, I think it mainly boils down to just pace differences due to smoothness. But we shall see at the end here. It could be something else, but I think it's also that it is easy to hold people up here as a result. Surge and Inferno Trap has not had a good race here. Surge because of the puncture, Inferno Trap just has been straight up cursed by something. I think Floof handed over the curse when he had the opportunity. Do I have a save before this race? Unfortunately, I do not. .3 second that lap, Floof. Kaiser. It's getting caught up by Love, and it's going to be in trouble at the moment. Hard runners coming up from behind. David. Tess, Bowling. 4 laps to go, they could in theory catch him. I guarantee the podium. Floof, don't say such things. It is risky whenever you get too cocky. Now, the funny thing here is Inferno Trap has actually unlapped himself against the race leader. So Inferno, you're no longer lapped. Interestingly enough. I don't think Floof is winning. Floof now, losing time. Didn't gain anything that lap. 4.5 seconds, 3 laps to go. Can you make it stick? David, 6th. Bowling, 7th. They're all fighting Kaiser now. Taz, Bowling, David versus Kaiser. Very similar tires, but one on mediums and the rest on hards. Imitsuki, 12 seconds up to the rest. Alon Swift fighting Lando for that final point scoring position. Kieran now is going to try and get that final podium slot. Floof losing time now. 2 tenths slower on that lap. Yeah, Dub is pushing now, but Dub's been managing tires up to this point, for sure. And with the 3 laps to go, most AI are going to go full send. And that is probably what's going on with Dub right now. And honestly, at this point, those softs are going to have degraded quite a lot. To the point where the mediums are, if not quicker, equal, even with the difference in tire wear. Dubs, again, 2 tenths quicker. As Kieran Lovick gets up into podium places, but Chrissy does not give up. Gets it back immediately. A lot of similar looking tires here. 35 to 41% from 3rd to 15th. That's not going to be great. Nimisuki, Lando. Lando has completely fallen off. Nimisuki is fighting along Swift there for the final points. Well, not really final points. More than just a final point. And for Kieran, it is still a fight for that podium. For Bowling, wants to get Kaiser for 5th. As final lap is starting with Dub in the lead. Floof 2nd. Christie 3rd, maybe 4th soon to be. Also onto that position, Love in 4th. Bowling in 5th. Kaiser in 6th. Then we have Taz, David, Alon Swift, and Nimisuki. And they are still squabbling over that position. Survey getting into danger of going below 30%, which is going to definitely hamper their efforts at getting that final podium slot. Can you make that work? Looks like it's going to be difficult. Yeah, Dub wins. Floof comes 2nd. We have Christie holding on to that 3rd place. Kieran 3rd. Bowling ends up 6th here. And Nimisuki does get a long Swift at the end. Yeah, Kieran, Kaiser, Bowling, Tess, David, Nimisuki, and then Alon Swift. Lando unfortunately falls outside the points here. And we'll have to take a look here and see what's been going on. With Inferno's driver in particular, as they are good 30 seconds off from the rest here.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
Can we put in new components? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put in new components for everyone now. I will also take a look. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at what's going on with Inferno to see if he's like lost stats or anything like that. But Kyle wins. Booth gets second with fastest lap. Christy, Kieran, Kaiser, Bowling, Kaz, Darkcloud, David, Knivia, and then of course we have Alon Swift. Drivers then. Kaiser moves up to the lead. Yoku second, Inferno Trap third. Kyle moves up 5 places here. Bowling in 6th, Fluke in 7th. We have Tessa in 8th. And we have Charles Lechair, and then David. Rounding out top 10. Constructors. Racing Bulls now. Top of the table. But I'm going to move forwards to the next race, and then we'll take a look at both cars. I'm going to give you new engines. But yeah, it's for Inferno there. I don't know what is going on. Because your components looks fine when we check during the race. Let us do it like this. We overwrite the pass save. And I'm just going to take a quick look and see what is going on here. Because this doesn't make too much sense. And I will be giving everyone new components, so no need to worry about that. Do a quick component refresh while we're at it. And then we'll see what I figure out here. So what I am seeing is that the AI has done the dumb. I can say that already. For Inferno, the AI has been putting on a different path than the path they're supposed to be using. Which is kind of nuts, all things considered. I'm going to have to forcefully give them extra parts there, I think. But first, I'm just going to fix the engines first. And give me a second and I'll switch screens. Let's see, there we go. But yeah, we'll take a look at that in game 2. But basically what the AI has done to Inferno's car in particular, it's a classic. They gave him a path that is worse than what they currently have. So that explains the drop-off somewhat. Christy, we're going to force a fresh one, because I don't know if that is the one part that has damage. But for the rest of you, I'm just going to renew the ERS. We're going to renew the gearboxes. For Inferno Trap here now, that one is low enough that I'm just going to force a fresh one. And similar for Bowling. We'll force a fresh one by giving you a 1% component. Basically, that ensures that it explodes during practice. That should be good enough. But we, as I mentioned, we'll take a look at what's going on here. Christy has actually been already given a new engine. There we go. That should be the engines sorted. And I just need to switch the editor. I need to find the other one. I'm curious. As I said, I'm curious here what has happened. But I do believe, again, the AI just has decided to add a path that they shouldn't. Hilariously enough. Which they do tend to do. I gave Chris 1. Yeah, as I mentioned, giving them a 1% one, Inferno just forces a swap. Again, this isn't actually accurate to what the cars are right now. This is basically their tech levels. But if we take a look at what they've done here, Christie's car has damage. The stake has damage. Basically, these components need to be swapped. But Rebel 1, which would be Inferno Trap, they are not using the parts they're supposed to. So, what is the part they have equipped for you here that they are not supposed to? I'm just going to go ahead here also, and in future, just do this. Apparently, they ran out of front wings, probably during practice or something, and they gave you a bad one. So, let's just do this for basically every team. It's something that I'd fail to consider, but something I'll start doing in the future. We're just going to give you all 10 extra parts, like so. And let's do the same for Ferrari. Because this will ensure that you'll never run out of parts. Because I think that what's happening here too is the AI is prioritizing the building of parts that they're not going to use. Which is not good. Let's just put it like that. Let's forcefully ensure that we have enough parts. To be fair though, we have run 6 races, which means that most of these parts should have exploded anyways. So they are making parts, they're just not making enough spares to cover the race weekends. Which is bad. Really bad. At least the Alpines here seem to have been smart about it. But this is just one of those things that I will unfortunately just have to learn as we go. And there is no way really to redeem this, unfortunately for you, Inferno. I'm very sorry. No real benefit that I can offer you as a apology for when the AI decides to be stupid. Other than, I'm sorry that the AI is stupid. Yeah, that is the hash sorted. What about the Visa Cash Apps? There we go. That front wing exploded. We need to just replace that. And with that, as you can see, the Visa at least has been running the correct parts. They're doing the Williams tactic? Yeah, basically. That's fine, Floof. See you in a couple of minutes, I guess. But yeah, underflow here too. They would need to make a new one. Could also just be that there was a short moment between the races. That might also cause some problems. But every team is still using those original parts they were given by the looks of this. But yeah. Note to self, going into the future, let's make sure that we give 10 of each part to every team. That should be enough that they'll survive the season. And also does seem to be the maximum, so just do this as a refresher at the halfway point. This will cover any incidents too. But that is everyone now having extra parts. Everyone back to what it should be. So let's just re-download and get this save sorted. And then we should be back in business, hopefully. Apparently, I just need to rename this save because it became 169, actually, 1. There we go. Let's see if this fixes the issue for Inferno. I would assume that it will. And as I said, my apologies that it is a bit busted at the moment. Weather Center upgrade is cooking, but yeah. We take a look at car analysis right now. 81.82 for everyone, which I think means that we're still good. And let's check Inferno's. Honestly, I should have checked Inferno's car before and after. But you now have equalized machinery again. But they were running you on a subpar front wing, basically, at the moment. Hello, Smidge. We're going to go to Floof's hometown of Australia now for the 7th race of this season. And then we can also take a quick look at who's in and who's out before that race begins. Ah, yes, hometown of Australia. Well, funnily enough, AFN, apparently your weather center has a problem. Oh, that's funny. Who mentioned the weather center? Weather center upgrade cooking ads. Are you sure about that? I will not be paying any overtime for the weather center. That is heresy. But yeah, someone decided to sabotage AFN's weather center. No work for him. I only live an hour away from Melbourne. Yeah, I would assume that you're not too far away. Since you were there this year, weren't you? But yeah, we're going to the hometown of Australia. That's still going to be the best way to describe this. It's the middle of winter, but I'm cooking here. I don't want to open my window because there's some construction work across the street. So I'm suffering for your sake, I guess. Yes, I got soaked. That sounds how it would have gone, yes. I'm gonna be merciful here and give AFN a secondary weather upgrade. Now, the big question, of course, is going to be now, is it gonna be wet in Australia? Or is it gonna be wet in Baku with double points? Because we still have one more wet race remaining. Oh. Well, we just checked. Every team was equal, so I think it was fine. We got sunshine here, UK, but I can't enjoy it because I'm still sick. That is unfortunate. That's the one day of sunshine a year. That is unfortunate. That's as it turns out, rain qualifying, but dry race week, race itself. That tells you everything you need to know about Baku. Hey now, Nero, we're getting sunshine a lot recently. That's good. That's good, I guess. I love how Lando's the one that came to the defense of Edster. But yeah, let's see how this quality goes now with our upgraded weather center. It's going to be dry towards the end, so basically just a banker here, and then we'll see how the final run goes.
Just keep your dash negative. Keep your dash negative.
Been really nice weather-wise here. That's good. It's just bad that you've been sick while it's been good weather. That just sounds like a poorly timed event. It is drying up. We're probably going to have 2 runs in the dries here from you guys. And here is the banker laps being set. As we have a drift here from Luna.
Here we are, we're looking at turn 11. Whoa, and there it goes. And once it started, they were...
Time to qualify in the top 10 and end up in the bottom end of the grid. Wow. Well, Alon Swift up top. Currently in danger, we have Goku, Drift, Poconaldo, Lando, and Lecher. Floof and David are also kind of in danger here. Yellow flag. Everyone is on the in-lap though, so...
Right there.
Yamasuki continues the lock-up pain here.
This was at turn 3. The brakes couldn't cope, and hopefully there's not too much damage.
Not the worst lock-up we've ever seen. Could have hit the wall after all. Question now is, when is the final runs going to start? It was still wet when they were doing this. Bowling out first. Okay, this is going to be kind of weird because I need to try and time this so we don't mess with bowling. But at the same time, so that we don't mess over Lando too much. Did I mistime that? No, I got that to perfection, actually. Okay, importante. Lunar Rip now comes out too. Bowling, purple first sector. 2/10 off there. What can bowling do with this one? I am gonna have to... Well, to be fair, we should be fine. What I need to do, however, is to take manual control, because I believe we have a Lando coming up from behind. And to avoid screwing them over, we're gonna start pushing a little bit earlier. A little bit to think about here. Where is bowling? There you are. Bowling improves by 1/10 compared to everyone else. Okay, we are just going to start deploying, and we are going to get going. So we get out of the way of Lando there. There we go, that is sorted. Where does Lando end up? Pole. Lee takes pole, or rather, pole in Q1. Currently in danger, Leclerc, who improves. Pocanaldo, who does not improve enough. That is Pocanaldo out most likely. What can Edster and Floof do here? Floof improves. Edster, what do you do? Do you improve enough? Numisuki needs to improve. Edster improves. Numisuki is improving. Leclerc, Pocanaldo, Drift. As well as Goku currently in danger. Numisuki improves. And with that, David here does also get knocked out, as I just barely survive after getting massively held up in the final sector by the looks of it. Lunar Drift might actually knock me out, which would be bad, because that means we simulate the rest of the qualifying sessions. Can Lunar Drift improve here? That is a half a tenth down in the first sector, 2/10 down in the second sector. Improved enough, apparently, in the final sector, however. Cross your fingers for quali now, because we got knocked out. And I think I also forgot to park the car properly, so we were retiring anyways. No, we actually crashed? Did I not set a time because I crashed? What happened here now? Did I not set a time because I crashed? I know I set a time previously, but my driver was clearly crashed in the wall there. That is confusing. But yeah, qualifying 1 results. Question is who is going to get there in the end. Currently here, Pocanaldo, Leclerc, Goku, David, and me out. And qualifying 3 results say Rasek on pole, Kieran, Kyle, Floof, Kaiser, Surge, Drift, Lando, Inferno, Christie. Now we have Edson 11th, Tessin 12th, Bowling 13th, Nimsuki 14th, Alone Swift, then Shakur. Science moment, yeah. Too easy, says Floof. Yeah, that was kind of weird, though. I wasn't focused on my car, but I assume we crashed somehow on an in-lap? Or I got blocked going to the pits, maybe? It just seemed very, very weird, all things considered.
Welcome back, everyone. Brace yourselves for the Australian Grand Prix.
Okay, I see 1 pink, and I see 2 pink.
It's lights out, and away we go.
That looked like not the best start from Rasek, and it isn't. Kieran gets the jump done. Dub is also going to get the jump done, most likely. No, gives up. I feel like that was given up too easily from Dub, unfortunately. Floof in 4th still, Kaiser 5th. Surge is not giving it up, though. Might be taking that position back, and does do so as we see the 2 Red Bulls running together. Edster has already picked up some damage. What happened here? That is not what you needed this race, Edster. Your bad luck here is just continuing.
We're boxing this lap.
The question here is, what damage is this and what happened? Considering that I'm not getting any pop-ups, I assume it is underfloor from running wide. But we have gotten no confirmation so far. Dub the Tire Whisperer. We'll see how Dub whispers for his tires this time. And we'll also have to see what Edster can do with the unfortunate damage that has arrived on this car. But by the looks of it, I think he went wide, and then he picked up just a little bit of underfloor damage. I think that is what makes sense to me. Caps here are still just the standard ones. The RS train is the name of the game for the time being, so we'll just speed it up a little bit. Kieran getting away, Dub getting away. We've seen this before. Then they get reeled in. And that is also how gaps start to form here a little bit. As we can see, the gap here forming an Inferno Trap and Lando. As we have an incident here, Goku and Shakur both are out of this race. What have they done?
And now we've had a crash.
Oh, I need another angle on this one, because that was basically Goku crashing and taking out another car as a result. Shakur, just an unfortunate passenger. Now we have pit lane. Pit lane party has begun. Hard tire for Kieran here. And because it is a pit lane party, it means cars are going to held up. Left, right, and center. Look at this. Christie is getting absolutely shafted by just getting held up more so than anything else. Pit lane traffic is a problem. And right now, Kieran, Surge, Drift, Dub, Razak, Bowling, Edster wins out during the pit stops here, really. Kaiser 10th, Trap 11th, at Share 12th, Taz 13th, Alone Swift, sorry, in 14th. Then we have David, Christie, Lando, and Poconaldo. Sauber getting absolutely shafted during the pit changes here because of the placement of their pit box. That is insanity. I don't even remember the order before this, but Floof and Numizuki staying out, and now they could undercut their way back to the top, really. So this is just very, very confusing. The laugh on my name was diabolical. I'm sorry, but like you guys, what are you doing down there? What happened? I really need a like proper just a pit lane camera for this when that happens. But that is insane. What just happened here, honestly. Sauber copying their IRL performance. Quite hard to serve a time penalty when you're out of race. He'll be serving a 3-place grid penalty next time in Baku, which he's probably going to be very happy about, of course. Whatever happened in the pot, let's forget about it. Mizuki trying to bury the war hatchet here. Get some friendship going, but yeah. The pit lane here not being very kind to anyone, really. There needs to be just an update where I feel like the cars should be able to almost go into each other to a certain degree, just to ensure that you don't lose a million position during pitting. Because right now you need like 3 car lengths before the cars are allowed to go, which is bad. Safety car is ending right now. Floof, Numizuki in the lead. Only 2 that didn't pit. The rest of the grid are on hards, with the exception of Taz and Surge. Let's see how this goes. He's been very conspicuous on his absences this morning. I think I can name a certain person who that safety car did affect. Would it be Poconaldo? And Christie, for that matter. I think I can name those 2 as well. But this basically now means that it's going to be a bit of a procession again, honestly. And we'll just have to see how long the top pit managed to stay out. Edster is currently holding you all up a little bit here, creating a gap for the top 6 to take advantage of. But yeah, I don't know. That was kind of unfortunate for everyone involved. Definitely Poker and Christie, not driver events from P8 to P17. I don't remember that happening. But yeah, Floof here is now most likely going to start getting eaten up here because Nimisuki has broken DRS. Luna Drift now could drift into Floof and take him out, which they decide not to do. They decide just to sit behind until they get to the second DRS zone, but they can make a clean break, which is good strategy for once. The only time we see good strategy from the AI here. Impressive. This is fine, says Poconaldo. As he sits in a burning building. It is Australia. We still have a 0.01 millimeter of rain on the track. So we could see some more shenanigans happen here. As Nimitsuki does break a little bit free here. Floof is probably still going to cause a little bit of trouble for everyone. But with it just being one long DRS train, I'm kind of curious what he can do here. Is the plan to stay out long enough that you can make one hard set last till the end? Because that would be a different type of insanity. Could that be the play? 30% now for Floof. Finally comes into the pits. How far behind will Floof be after pitting? Because that is a hard tire. That is a hard tire. Luna Drift eating those hard tires for breakfast. How long is the expected lifespan of a hard tire? Because Nimisuki is on the hard tires they started on. And they've lived 20 laps. Basically 25 here I think is going to be the maximum. Floof needs to make it 38. Yeah, Floof is pitting again for sure. But does have undercut potential now. Does have 10 seconds of clean air. I don't think it's the worst strategy we've seen. Soft tires for Nimisuki. Is his plan to go softs at the end again? I would think so. Softs or medium? Well, softs probably. I think he'd use his mediums. But Nimisuki here. Soft tires to still have a medium to use later on, and did actually come out ahead of Floof. But you are now going to be pulling Floof along on the faster tire. Would be insane. Oconaldo stuck in the train. You're falling off at the back end of it, unfortunately. So I think you're lacking a little bit of pace too to get those overtakes done as it stands, unfortunately. Having a high overtaking stat is good, but you also need the pace stats to back it up. Floof runs wide.
Now we're approaching turn 2. And wide they go, leaving the racing line. Perhaps a little lapse in...
As a penalty, it ran off the track to keep the position, clearly. We need to penalize the Floof here. But Floof and Nimisuku squabbling is good for the rest. As Surge now comes into the pits. And it's going to come out behind the two squabblers here. But Surge now does have potential to jump everyone else. And he's kind of going to do that with relative ease, I think. I'm holding on to this point still. P18 to P1 to P18. Wow, yes. But fresh tires than everyone else. And basically, all but 2 people are going to need to pit ahead of the Surge here. So still in a good spot, if you ask me. As we see Drift and Lando come in. Soft tires there for Lando. What about Luna? Soft tires there as well. Undercuts now need to happen with these fresh softs. And that is definitely the plan here for Sauber to get back into this. Who is going to be the next one into the pits? It's actually going to be Kieran. Kieran and Edster both coming in. Mediums for Kieran. What are they going to give the Williams car? Soft tire. Going to try and undercut their way back into the points by the looks of it. Again, the longer you stay out, the more you're going to suffer. You know, already see Lando here being able to jump Edster by just pitting a lap earlier. And you can already see it kind of Numisuki here. You can see Surge. They're both running faster than anyone ahead of them, gaining 2 seconds from some, 1 second from some. But we also do have cars that are pushing because they're going to be pitting soon. Lando rude. Trap comes in. Leclerc comes in. Christie comes in. What are they coming out on? Softs, softs, and softs. Soft tires are now being used, and this is going to shuffle the pack quite drastically, I think. Going to spice things up a little bit. Floof is currently in the leading pack here for, well, the lead. The lead of those who have already pitted. Numisuki is leading it already, breaking free. So, I don't know. We're getting different packs based on when they're pitting, which is going to be interesting to see how it turns out in the end. Still 30 laps to go here. We're about halfway done. Ezda and Lando are still squabbling like they've always done. Ezda having a gaggle of cars behind him. But as you see at Drift, Numisuki, the cars are forming up behind at the moment. I have no idea what Alon Swift's strategy is, though, what Poconaldo's strategy is, but they're still sticking to those tires, and you can just see how different the pace is here. 125 that lap, 120 further down. 5 seconds lost the lap is insane. And Tesla goes to a hard tire, and that hard tire can survive 20 laps. We've seen it. Tess might be going till the end here. Poconaldo finally comes in for a soft tire. If Tess survives on this hard tire till the end, then they're going to be in a very interesting position. I'm just going to say it right now. That could be very, very interesting. Here we go again. My AI refusing to pit. Yeah, I don't know what to say, Poconaldo. I'm sorry. But you finally did get in the pit lane. I wonder if they would add a mechanic where kangaroo jumps in the track in Australia. Probably not. I can't see that being high up on the priority list. Oh. Christie with a lockup.
Right, let's have a look now. Around turn 3. And the car just locks. But that's just the risk you take.
That's not good for those soft tires. And Christie now down to 71%. Did pit fairly early here. That's what you like to see. I think Alon Swift is trying a one-stopper. Well, one-stopper-ish. Do they have... I need to see what Alon Swift has available. Yeah, they start on a soft, they're going to go hard and then into a medium. 26 laps now. Same as the top 4. But do any of the top 4 have... David, Kyle, and Kaiser all have mediums available. Rasek does not. This could become very, very interesting towards the end here. Because what this tells us is that Tess can indeed survive on these tires till the end. It's going to be close, but it is doable. Me and Poco could have really been able to make P9 or above in championship, but luck has not been on our side. Luck is a very mean mistress, I guess you could say, in this game. Yes. It is unfortunate. Blue needs to pit again. A lot of cars need to pit again. I think Tess is the only one that is viable at the moment to make it till the end. So everyone but Tess, as Alon Swift finally does come into the pit and get those mediums on. 25 laps on mediums is going to be insane, but I think the AI is going to be stubborn here. Everyone but Tess and potentially Alon Swift are going to need to pit again here. That is just the nature of this race. And that is when we'll see some shakeups in the positioning here. As David does come into the pit now. Comes out on the medium tire that they'll be on till the end of this race. And that is, again, what is going to kind of probably be a deciding factor. It's a bitch and I don't get bitches, Texas. Are you saying that karma can't get you? Because I can... Trust me. I'm very good at jinxing people. I have friends who are afraid of me because of my ability to just jinx people, so yeah. Why do you think the floof curse exists? Do you want the Tix curse to be born? But we shall see it now. There we go, Dub, Razak, the top 3 here. All pitting. Heisa for a medium, Dub for a medium, and Razak, what do you go to? A medium. You are getting undercut here, something massively. Dub actually comes out in a good place. Razak at the end of this DRS train, Dub almost at the start of it, as Poconaldo gets bullied. Poconaldo's bad luck just does not stop. Got bullied here by both Dub and Razak on the rejoin. They are now going to try and make their way up to catch up to David. And of course also Taz. But there are still going to be a lot of pit stops here remaining. You're not wrong on that. Taz has to be a tie whisperer to make it till the end. I think it is doable. It is going to be a little bit risky, but yeah, definitely when they're burning tire like this, it's not going to happen. I think I've been hit by every curse that's viable. Damn. Every curse available. Currently though, Surge is in a decent spot. But as mentioned, it wants to pay. Oh, safety car. Edster out. What did Edster do now? DRS disabled. This... You just retired? What happened to Edster? It just says he retired. I'm sorry, what? You're parked in the middle of a road, you're tired, your car isn't the problem. Your fuel isn't the problem. There has to be some sort of incident. You must have hit a wall or something because the damage has become worse. But I can't click on you to take a look at it. But you did cause a safety car. You're kind of saving the bacon of everyone in the top 10. Time consideration, you save 4 seconds on the safety car. Not a lot, but basically that is the difference between Surge here pitting safely. You might have handed Surge the win here on a platter. I'm not gonna lie, Edster. Yeah, Edster just said, I'm tired, boss, really. I have no clue what Edster did. It just said he retired. We have gotten no replay of any sort of damage. But something has happened because that damage has gone from minor to major. But there's nothing wrong with the car. Medium tires for Surge. Those can go till the end. Kieran comes in. Soft tires. I don't think those are going till the end. Floof is having the shakes as it turns out. Misuki, what are you going for? Mediums. That should work till the end. Surge out front. Then we have David here. Taz. Dub. Kieran. Floof. Nimsuki. Razak. Kaiser. Crap. Everyone basically is pitting. I think the Saubers got screwed over again. But I'm not... I can't say it for certain. Yeah, I think he gave up. Like, I don't know. That one was weird to me. I swear my AI better not put you on softs. Well, it put both of you on softs. Better spider jumped on Edster. I love making up positions and losing them to a safety car. Yeah, you've no mercy here from the safety car, really. I think you've crashed too. It's just weird that the game just says that you retired. I assume you crashed, picked up some sort of major damage, and your AI gave up. It's kind of wild though. Edster now here just sabotaging, doing a little bit of sabotage as it turns out. The fact that a lot swifter is staying out on those mediums is actually a daylight robbery. Tess the only hard runner at the moment. 71% won hards. It's not going to be a good time during the restart. Same can be said for David. Both of these guys are actually going to kind of play a defensive role for Surge because they can't really overtake. But they can for sure be in the way. Dub is actually kind of in the same situation. I don't know what's going on here. Kind of while I did that for my teammate. Yeah. As they are doing the the biggest crash gate we've seen in a while. Aston might just get surged through here. Because standings, if it stands as it is right now. Let's see, where is Surge? Surge is still going to be 16th here. But it does put Surge in contention for getting through. So it's kind of wild. The Williams team is sacrificing one driver to get the other one through, potentially. I don't know what to say. It is kind of nuts, honestly. It is. I don't know what to say. Sergio also breaking free immediately because the other two behind are slow because they have one tires. Quit my last gas, can get Williams a W. Potentially you have, potentially you have. We'll have to wait and see. David now, wait fast lap, which immediately gets taken away by a chair. David now up in the lead. Those soft runners are starting to fall off a little bit. We still just have one big DRS train here. Lunar Drip falling back a little bit. This is Australia. Anything can still happen. We also have wet Baku coming up. Anything can still happen to anyone, really. So we'll have to see how this goes. I don't think I'm making it through. Do you want to be the Salva team principal, Lando, if you don't make it through? If you and Poconaldo don't make it through, I'll make you the team principal pair. And then you can curse whoever takes over Salva after you, I guess. But yeah, Serge is just chilling out front. Kieran is trying to chase him down, however. David now, 55% and 10 laps to go. This is worrisome. They're using a little bit too much tire, really, to make it till the end, if you ask me. And we have the top three now. Floof, Surge, and Kieran trying to duke it out for the podium positions. Dub is trying to chase him down, but has worse tire. It's going to be a hard ask. Can I be the Williams TP at this rate? Yeah, I'm going to allow you to be the Williams TP if you don't, you know, pull a brink stroke and win Baku. Might have to at this rate. Binoto has done nothing but screwing your Poco over. We need to penalize Williams team. The yellow flag, you mean the safety car? The last race is double points, yes. The last race is indeed double points. The top three are just running away with it. Really. Mitsuki is currently chilling in 5th, but there is a lot of people behind that wants that 5th place and the points that it would give. Mitsuki desperately trying to chase down the RSA and does get it from Dub, I think. Very, very important. Sergey still trying to get that win. Floof's currently in the lead at home. The absolute seams. Mitsuki wants to return to Mercedes. Already we have drivers writing their obituaries. Floof winning Australia when he isn't here would be comedy goal. I kind of agree with that, that Cosby, I'm not gonna lie. It would in fact be comedy goal if Floof pulls off a win here in Australia. Can Serge or Kieran take that away from him? As Mitsuki here now does a brave move on Dub, but I don't know if that one is going to work out too well. Dub now trying to hold on to 5th place. Razak, Shell, on Swift, all of them trying to get back into the points there. Unfortunately, Saubers have not had a good day. Saubers have not had a good time here. Seen here I left and I see Poco and Lando together. Yeah, they've not had a good time here with safety cars. Surge now, making the move on Floof. Thinks better of it as it turns out and just sabotages Lee instead. But tire advantage is going the way of Surge. There's no way around it. Who got bullied off track there? Someone got shuffled down the pack a little bit. Was it Dub? Dub down into 9th now. 10th maybe. Dub has not had a good few final laps here. It was indeed Dub, yeah, I didn't see that wrong. Dub now about to get shuffled out of the points potentially. Lost 2 seconds there to the car ahead. 3 laps to go. Can Kieran get the overtake on Floof? Does pull that off. Has a 10% tire advantage over the Australian. Floof here just used too much tire, really, I think, to hold on. The question now is, can they hold on to second, or is Surge going to take that away from them? Mitsuki still chasing down that 4th place finish. Needs to take it from the the Alpine here. But the both Red Bulls are also there. Part of it is chasing. Kieran, back with the overtake. Floof now below 30%. Could potentially be getting trouble here. Surge is also coming up from behind. Phototrap now into 4th place. David into 5th. Drift into 6th. Nimisuki has been shuffled down to 7th. And Dub just keeps on dropping down here. Can't really get anything done here at the end, as it turns out. Floof is still not giving up. They're running side by side. Can Floof get the lead here going into the final lap with DRS down the main straight? Could not get it done there. Is that the last chance that he will have, or will there be another one? There are still 2 more DRS zones. But the tires are not on his side. They're not giving him the oomph that he needs. Kieran is still pretty safe at the moment. Red Bull 4 and 5th. Floof now. Oh, lunges and gets into the lead there. Basically the final chance. 23% one tires versus 28%. You can hear the crowd go wild. Floof leads Lee, Love leads Surge. Bid adds to die in vain. Is Love going to get the lead here to the line? It's going to be close, but Floof survives. Love gets 2nd, Surge gets 3rd. Can Drift get the other Alpine though? Similarly close. And with that, the race is over. Floof wins. Love gets 2nd, Surge gets 3rd. Trap comes 4th, David gets 5th. Drift gets 6th, Tess gets 7th, Rasek 8th, Nimisuki 9th, and Christie gets a 10th place finish here.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's
That
not
was
your race.
kind of insane, honestly.
Having to cut their race short.
That Floof pulled that off.
Everything they can to come back stronger.
Why not donate $1 a month to help Poco and Lando, 2 struggling drivers?
They're bound to be a little
Floof pulled off the impossible here, and he wasn't even around to see it. That's
the board will be hoping to see improvements next season, I'm sure.
That's nuts, actually.
And that's
I did not expect Floof to pull that off. I'm not gonna lie. Floof pulls off a win with the most Australian picture I could find. By 500ths of a second ahead of second, and little less than 2/10 ahead of third. Up there with Maldonado. So the standings now. We're about to head into the final race at Kaiser, Kieran, Goku should all be safer, I would think. Inferno Trap the same. Floof, Kyle, Bowling, David, and Tez are the ones currently through as it stands. However, for Tez in particular, there's a lot of cars here with double points that have opportunity to get through as well. Surge finally scores their first points there with the help of Esther's sacrifice. Anyone can still get through if they win. It is Baku, it's going to be wet. Red Bull currently lead the championship. Alpine 1 point behind. There's currently 5 points between first and fourth there in the constructors. This is actually a pretty interesting championship so far, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, Floof coming up as a bit of a dark horse right now. 10-second penalty for Floof. You could still pull it off, Esther. You just need that miracle win. From P1 to P18, all the way back to P1 with the tire strategy, yeah. Last time I got it was red, I got P4. There might still be hope. We shall see if there's any hope to be found in Baku. And the final race of this year. So let's just speed along. 46 days to go to Baku. We're going to check the cars this time as we get there. We have some driver tension between PP and myself, me. We'll just solve that easily and get going. Top 4 constructors only separated by 5 points. Yeah, it's pretty nuts, that. To be fair, so that is the best mentality to have. I do appreciate that. You have been fairly unlucky, I'm not gonna lie. You did honorably sacrifice yourself for Surge with that safety car. Although you did save a lot of other people too. We do believe that you did it for Surge mainly. Done the class so many times on F124. Like how Floof won with Easton here, Conquest simply Easton here. Exactly. Watch Floof come back and then crash out in Baku and somehow get knocked out of the top 9. That would be hilarious. No, we'll say I did it for Floof. Let that be the line. I love how you're like, I didn't do it for my teammate. I did it for Floof. Yes, it just goes, let him know it was me. I want him to know it was me. Hey, Ben, I'll give you one more upgrade. It won't be finished, but at least you'll have something to do while you wait for Baku. Ezra just needs to sacrifice Surge for a safety car. Well, to be fair, Surge does need to repay the favor. Cosby, me, and Pokey. And Poconalda getting shafted by her own team. Tell Floof, I want him to know it was me. Okay, we are getting close. 6 days now. Do we think anyone has pulled something illegal out for the final race? I was lucky with the reroll, but at least now, if I don't get in the main race, I'll have a good reason to go back as the Mercedes TP. You will. Okay, we need to reload here. This should work. There we go. Okay, car analysis. 81.82. That makes me very happy. Let's use Ferrari as our measuring stick. Or rather McLaren. Equal. Red Bull, no shenanigans. Mercedes, no shenanigans. Alpine, no shenanigans. Williams, no shenanigans. Haas, safe. RBs, safe. Kicks. Should be worse based on just how badly their team screws them over. But yeah, every car seems to still be fine. And with that, we are jumping into the final race of the season. Double points, Baku.
Greetings from Aston. There's tension in the air today, so
Okay, qualifying. The most important qualifying of this season. Petition to make Sauber the fastest for the race. Sir, may I please have a Sauber? Baku's double points. It is indeed tie. Always has been. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that we would be using the previous season's points formula. Yeah. You should still be perfectly safe, though. You are currently third. You are... What would this be? 27 points clear of ninth? I don't think you have anything to worry about, because you would need all of these guys to outscore you, for one. And down to 10th here, you have 32 points. So I don't think there is that actual mathematical result here that pushes you out of the next season. Do I ever have to drive for Sauber again? Of course. You are now a Sauber driver forever. Like AFN is an Alpine driver forever, Lando. Sauber was very unlucky with the safety cars and got shuffled down. We have a red flag. We have a red flag in Q1. Who has binned it?
let's have a look at that. So here we go, heading into turn 1.
Mizuki here. Probably it's ensuring your fate being a Mercedes TP next year. Or rather, for the main season. I think you've sealed your fate. I'm just joking, Lando. The reason why FN is an Alpine driver forever is straight up because he won the championship last year. So he needs to stay there until they lose the championship. You don't have that problem. So you could end up at a different team. You'll just have to hope, I guess. But yeah, Numitsuki is out. Oh, hey, I lost the best time and I crashed. Great. That does seem to be a pretty classic, indeed. Okay, where is my sectors? There they are. Can't really see your timer during the sector screen, but you do have one.
There's a yellow flag now.
You're not the only one crashing.
Here we are then, looking at turn 12. Oh, and the car with a nasty crash into the back.
Luna is drifting, indeed. But yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. You're apparently somewhere between 1.1 and 1.3 seconds behind my shelf. Once more onto the drift. Luna's the tagline, basically. I'm wondering how damaged that car is, because I would assume there is some suspension damage to it as well. Is Luna trying to do a fast lap? Why would you not go into the pits and get that replaced? You are not setting anything that's even remotely good here, Luna. That's expected. Let's just put it like that. Currently in danger. Lando, Goku, Luna, Rasek, who is about to start their fast lap, I do believe. And also Trap, who's doing their fast lap right now, which will be their only attempt. Rasek, well, they're about to start it. Rasek is doing their fast lap, but there is a V-carb in the way, a racing bull. Similar timing to Shakur in the first sector. Let's see where Rasek gets placed here. Top 7. What can Trap do? Shakur's up by 3/10 on Rasek at least. At least Q1 is getting spicy. Lunar Drift has... We're all gathered here today to remember Lunar Drift and the Red Bull pit crew, who for some ungodly reason decided that you get no new front wing, even though we have like 10 spares. Amen. That's actually hilarious, but I do know that at least one of you guys have suffered the same fate as Lunar Drift here. Cosby, how do you feel about not being the only one that the AI screws over with the front wing change? How does it feel to be you are not the only one? Red Bull copying the McLaren strategy, indeed. I can't see Luna improving here. To be fair, Inferno is also still in danger. I think Luna is out for sure. Nimisuke is going to make it to Q2, but because they can't fix the car in time, it's not going to matter. Floof gets up into 3rd. That should put him safely through. Lando and Goku are both improving at the moment. Let us see what happens here. 7 seconds till Q1 is over and done with. Improvement for all of these guys. That is bad for anyone in danger, like Poconaldo, who's not really improving. Bowling, who's not really improving. Lando up into 5th. What can Goku do here? Improves to 13th. Inferno now in danger as Edster is still improving. Alon Swift, Poconaldo, and Bowling aren't really improving at the moment. Oh, purple final sector, but it's not enough. What can Edster do here? Are you finally going to make it out of Q1? You do make it out of Q1. Congratulations. Inferno Trap, Bowling, Poconaldo, Alon Swift here, and Lunar Drift out in Q1 for Baku. This game might have something against me. Damn. That is unfortunate. I'll take it, as it says. Poconaldo about to accuse the game of having something against him. You might not be wrong on that one, to be fair. But yeah. It is unfortunate for Nimisuke, but this means that only 4 cars... Well, still 5 cars are going to get knocked out, but you get the idea. Gonna be one less.
Stay negative.
Removal, if you will. At least I'll be P50, says Edster. No faith in the car's performance here, as they're not dead last. Rasek is actually slower at the moment. Floof is keeping them company by being 3,000s quicker. So currently, Rasek, Lando, Edster, Floof, and Kieran in danger of getting eliminated. Can they improve? As Kieran is already on an outlap here. Is there going to be any traffic for him to deal with? There should not be any traffic here, but Shakur could be a problem. We'll have to wait and see. See you later, Lando. Let's hope that you are lucky in this final race. And we shall post the results, I guess, on Discord. But yeah, Kieran currently running an improvement, which is sorely needed. But coming up on Shakur now, is Shakur going to get out of the way cleanly, or is Shakur going to be a problem? I think they're actually going to give him a slipstream, which could come in pretty clutch here, as it turns out. Look at that. That is going to be pretty clutch for Kieran here. Improves to basically first. What can Kaiser do? Similar sector in the similar time in the first sector. Christie, slow first sector here, 2/10 down already, but is improving their own time. What can Kaiser do? 40 in the middle sector. Christie again, 2/10 down in the middle sector as well. That's what they're needing right now. Yellow flag, red flag. Shakur has sent it into the wall, and that is the end of qualifying. I'm pretty sure that is the end of qualifying. We don't have enough time to do another run, do we? 2:13. We might have just about enough time. 2:18 left. I don't think that's enough. I think the red flag ends qualifying here from Shakur. And Kaiser, Floof, Edster, Lando, and Rasek are the ones currently in the drop zone. We'll have to see, though.
Now, this happened as they arrived at turn 12 and ends up in the wall. And
McLaren just drives straight into the wall. What is that?
They've clearly got a challenge on.
Oh, what is that? Hello, Christy. But yeah, that ended quali. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if anyone is going to make it around in time. Let's see. Is anyone going to try? No. That ended quali. Straight up. Christy survives by the virtue of a red flag. Hey, welcome back, Floof. You did in fact win Australia with a overtake in like the third last corner. And now you've gotten chucked out in Q2 by the virtue of a red flag. Which is good. Well, at least you're not P15, as you mentioned. Yeah, you're P14 Lando. Or Edster, basically P13. You both avoided it by a couple of places. We are not joking, Floof. You can rewatch it if you wish. After so many crashed in qualifying, how many more will there be in the real race? I don't know. Baku could just be a survival race here, as it turns out. Final qualifying. Let's see what this one has to offer.
Angry.
What are the banker laps going to look like here? Everyone is going out. Goku goes out last, gets a lot of free air here to work with. Kieran going out first, and 34.8 is the time to beat in Sector 1. That gets a small improvement over Kieran. 40 in Sector 2. Kieran currently, provisional pole. Surge takes it away, however. We have David. We have the chair. We have Taz, Goku, Dub, Christy, and Kieran here. As we still have Shakur here. But they are out because they crashed, which is hilarious in reality. This is a comeback redemption. This Floof screams. You are not true yet, Floof, unfortunately. Please, a good quality. By P17, I need this. Yeah, it's the basically retired, Floof. It's kind of hilarious. Esther just straight up retired from the race, giving you a safety car when you needed it the most. So, that was kind of insane. I don't think I can show you the standings right now. Well, I can. You are currently 5th here and very likely to make it through. You have a -1 DNF. What? What's the game smoking? How have you guys got -1 DNFs? The game here on... The game is being a little bit buggy right now. Let's just put it like that. But yeah. There's drivers with -1 DNFs then. You retired, then unretired. They've already done the The bonus race, yeah. But let us take a look here. Tess, 35 in the first sector. That is probably not going to be enough. 34.9 from David here is a lot better. 34.8 is the purple sector, remember? We need some improvement here. What is Tess going to get? 40.2. I believe that also is not enough. 40 blank is what you're looking for. David gets that. Goku and Surge both get good sector ones. What can Tess do here? Where do you end up? Improvement, but no improvement of position. David goes up to 5th. A chair still finds himself in 8th as Kieran here, purple sector 1. Goku, what can you do in the final sector? Are you going to improve past David here? No. Dub, however, has managed to pull out a purple sector 2. Dub gonna snatch pole position here from Surge. Dub does in fact snatch pole position from Surge. Surge is 2nd, Karen 3rd. Christy, what can you do? Can you get a good final sector? No, but moves up to 3rd even so. And with that, I believe qualifying is basically over with. Dub takes pole, Surge 2nd, Christy, then we have Karen, David, Goku, Taz, the chair, and then Shakur. Oi, don't forget you told myself after our first pit. To be true, yeah, there was a lot of things in that race that just went your way. Like, you went on hard tire, Numizuki went on soft tires to pull you along. It was kind of an interesting one. Yes, that's my boy. Please don't mess up the quali. Well, I don't think you messed up the quali. I think the quali is fine. But yeah, Goku here getting that penalty for assassinating someone in Australia. Helping Floof. And this is going to be an interesting one. No, Dub is on pole. Sergey is front row. It is going to start raining late in this race. That is... And it's not going to rain a lot. Well, it's going to rain some, but not very much. This could get interesting. It was Shakur, funnily enough. Yeah, Goku took out Shakur in the race. You're not wrong. I assume everyone here might actually just straight up start on soft tires because the softs can survive till the rain arrives. But the Saubers are probably already crying knowing that everyone might do the same strategy. Finally, the nightmare is over. Are you sure about that, Boconaldo? This might be the worst part of the nightmare.
Here we go with the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. And it's lights out and away we go.
Okay, we have Gas in the pit lane. Trap and Numizuki finds himself in the pit lane along with Shakur. So we've actually 5 out of the 22 cars just sitting in the pit lane at the moment. So we are going to do a couple of things that you just let them go a little bit easier. And that is to give some orders here to do both of these. And also rarely defend. So hopefully the 2 cars switch between Trap and Numizuki will be able to get away without any problems. I see a couple of hard runners here. David and Karen has elected hards. Search on soft tires. Softs is generally what I would do around Baku. So we'll have to see how the top four here, or top 5 rather, Search doesn't really count, on different tires are going to make this work, if you will. Not the best start there from Dub. And with Surge on the inside. Surge, you need to be braver there. I'm going to have to be honest. You need to be a little bit braver. Dub retains lead. Surge 2nd. Christy 3rd. We have Lee in 4th. Then Taz, David, Lecher, Isa, Goku, and Floof. Going to be interesting to see how This one is going to go. Baku has already taken some victims during qualifying. That was just, 10 laps. We now have 51 laps with some rain ahead of us.
0.2 behind.
Who is going to be the one to live through all of that? That's going to be the big question here. As Kaiser and Floof are swapping positions continually here. Is Jova? I'm not getting in. That is, again, very unfortunate, but it's the nature of random rolls in particular. I'm sorry. What happens if you retire the car right now? They have already been retired, but apparently we're still keeping trapped, as it turns out. But yeah, we should drive directly to the pit lane, so it should be okay. Retired cars are screwing phone trap over. Well, he's still there with Nimizuki, so it's basically just how it is starting from the pit lane. You'll be 5 seconds slower, but they'll reel them in on this lap basically because it'll just be a gang of cars holding everyone up. In theory, unless of course they battle each other forever. We shall see how that goes. As Surge now has taken the lead. Please show standings if it remains. So if everything remains as it is currently, the driver standings would say Kieran as our F2 champion. And David as the final one getting in here. Christy, you are currently not getting in on finishing positions by the looks of it, or maybe even fastest laps because David has that over you. Then Chair is unfortunately 4 points behind all of you, so gonna need a little bit of a better result. But Surge, if they keep this up, could definitely ensure that the sacrifice made by Edster was worth it. We'll have to see. We'll see how this goes. But Trap and Nimizuki, just 1.7 seconds back. They are definitely reeling everyone in at this point. The question is just who is gonna crash and change up the order. Track is very hot. Air is very hot. We could see tires being destroyed a lot quicker due to it. So this could get very interesting. Surge now. 2-second lead, but we've seen that before. Definitely going to get reeled in again, I would say. I'm going to crash out, says Nimitsuki. We shall see. We shall see how this one goes. I'm wondering if the Red Bulls have done the brilliant thing again and given Inferno Trap wrong components. Because this is concerning pace. Has the Red Bull thrown another wrench in the... Oh, we have our first crash.
There's been a crash.
This is a canon event. I'm not know what's going to stop it. Well, you are crashing. And you are bullying the yellow Swift here. My long-term sacrifice is playing dividends. But yeah, Nimizuki here, unfortunately, picks up some damage. And that looks to be suspension damage, potentially. The front wing looks to be whole at the moment. That's not what you want at the start of a Grand Prix here. Racing incident, no penalties given. As David here, with those hard tires, are holding up a little bit. Sergi is kind of eating tires, similarly to Lich Chair. And that could be a problem here, with the rain arriving. Still around lap 25 to 30. Now on to the next victim. Calm down, Nimizuki, calm down. We have... If your next victim... Is it going to be Alone Swift again? Because both of you are going into pit lane. You are switching wings, I guess, both of you. Yeah, it was actually wing damage. Just didn't show up properly. Are you going to hunt down Alone Swift again? Because that is the only victim in, distance of you. Rasik, you are next. I think... I think that's going to be difficult. You need to gain a good 26 seconds to get Rasik as things currently stand. I don't know, Inferno. It doesn't make sense. And I don't have any explanation for why the AI does this. And there is unfortunately no real fix that I can apply here when they do this. I can't do anything but apologize. The only thing I can give you for the AI screwing you over as hard as they have is for whenever we do this next, you'll get a ticket directly to the main event. I feel like that is the only real compensation I would be able to give you. The missile knows where it is at all times. Kunevi is still plotting, but yeah, Inferno Trap. When we do the next season 5, if you wish, I'll put in extra place aside to kind of make up for the they are screwing you this hard, because they've done it in at least 3 races now, I think. Maybe I don't want to be a Red Bull if they're gonna screw over one of their drivers. The best part is they're screwing over their number 1 driver. Yeah, I would like one. I'll note that down and we'll sort that. Edster now in the bits. Soft tires. What about Lando? I think that is also soft tires. And most of them are going for soft tires. We have no yellow flag. Kaiser and David has had a scuffle.
Looks like the Alpine. While all that was happening, the crew in the garage.
Yeah, that is probably some front wing damage for both of them, which is not great in the current scenario. Ache is currently in a good position too. Fresh mediums that should last until the rain. Edster can take advantage of that and just kind of stick with him. And we could see some undercutting here. Straight up. Some pretty impressive undercutting at that. Kaiser and David, I assume it's going to be no penalty. It's in fact no penalty. Are they going to pit though? We actually see Christie pit. Off a medium tire onto a soft. And that's a slow stop because Surge jumps them. Medium tire for Surge. A soft tire for Christie. And if the rest do pit, they're still net 1-2. As we see Kaiser pit, but not change the damage. And neither does David. David has a bit of a slow stop there. 4 seconds lost compared to Kaiser. That is going to be problematic. Bro got Ocon. Hey, Nerbax, I don't know what to do with my next save. Do you have a fun challenge? Well, one of my viewers suggests to me that I'm kind of trying myself a little bit on stream is play Sauber, but start every race from the pit lane until you win the championship. And we have Dub coming into the pit here too. At least the Mercedes didn't double stack. Goku comes in. Soft tire. What is Goku going to go on? It's going to be a medium. Soft tire. Soft tire for both of them. Christie is still net 1, I think. And with the speed difference here, should have no problems just reeling everyone in again. Dub, Kaiser, Edster. Edster is falling backwards. Kaiser's falling backwards. Christie is just a speed demon at the moment. Chasing everyone down again. I don't think you're dead, Christie. I think you are fine. Surge is ahead of you, yes, but you should be able to catch up to him, no problem. Stop the timer? What's up? Bowling, Floof comes in. What are we seeing here? Pocanaldo comes in as well. That is a soft tire. What about Floof? Soft tire. Pocanaldo, what do they have for you here? Soft tire. Razek. Soft tire, I do believe. Everyone now going on the softs till the water comes. Water is moving closer, I think. We have another yellow flag.
Now there's been an incident. And it
Crash involving multiple vehicles with Mercedes. Taz. Oh. That's not what they needed. That's going to slow both of them down. and allow both Serge and Christie. You saw 4 seconds vanish there. Serge and Christie has already gotten a pit stop basically on the first 2 now. That is not what they need at the moment. No penalties at the given for that one. Dub here on the hunt, pushing past Christie. And what's going to happen with you two? Both of you coming into the pits here. 60% want hard tires into the pits with them. Taz, new soft tire. Kieran, new soft tire for both of them. And I think that is everyone into the pits once. And that kind of gives us the order after the first set of pit stops. Dub, Serge, Christie and Kaiser, Edster, Bowling, Taz, Kieran, Lando, and Lecher. At the moment, find themselves in very, very promising positions after the first pit stop. And if it stays like this, Christie is going to be making it on merit ahead of Taz. Still a 50-50 split for 10th place. So it seems like 50 points is kind of what you need here to get into the main event. Surge, 1 point safe compared to the rest here. If things stay as they are. Go Max Verstappen? How slow are the old parts? I don't know. It depends on what the Red Bull has put on you, Inferno. But it does seem to be slower than what anyone else is driving with right now, so I can't give you a definitive answer. I'll take a look at it in the database editor, and we'll figure it out after the race. We shall see how this goes. Rain is arriving in about 10 laps. Everyone is just going to stay on what they are right now. Dub has the lead. Christie and Serge are fighting for second and third. And then we have basically a DRS train here for the remaining point scoring places. Kieran and Taz. Edster leads the other train, but it's unfortunately a little bit slow on pace. Edster is actually the man creating the gaps at the moment. Also burning those tires pretty aggressively, as it turns out. Rain now, lap 25. 6 more laps until the fun begins, if you will. We've had 4 crashes so far in this race. Like, not full crashes, but at least car damage. I just woke up. What I missed so far? Nothing too serious. You are in danger of getting knocked out, but if you have a good result here, you'll be in, Tess. Do you have pace now? 49.6? I don't think I would call that pace, unfortunately, Inferno. But yeah, we'll have to see how this goes, because if Christie gets second, I believe Serge might get knocked out. Yeah, Serge needs second or first to stay in. Anything less is unacceptable. Second or win for Serge to survive. Let us see here what we can do. But yeah, Inferno, the AI just screwing him over. The others here is pretty sure it's just a pace difference with the drivers. We also do have Edster kind of holding people up. He was very unfortunate with his reroll. Not really got the pace. So whenever he takes the lead of that train, he just slows them down in the corners. As hilarious as it is, but that is actually what is going on here. That is why these gaps are just getting bigger and bigger. Edster is currently playing the wingman for the top 6 or top 5 here, basically, in a hilarious twist and turn. Edster might be the one who decides who goes through to the main championship, and I find that hilarious, because every season has had in the final race one driver who unfortunately cannot win, but still is very pivotal when it comes to deciding the fate of the rest of them. This is the final race test. So me and Serge are battling for more than P2. Yes, you are. You're battling for Serge's ticket through to F1, basically. Nero, I humbly demand I've Texas my race engineer in the main race because he's the cause of my success. I thought Edster was the cause of your success. Nimitsuki pulling you along. And Goku creating another safety car. You basically had 3 people help you get that win, Floof. Did they just go side by side to Castle? They might have. Okay, we're nearly halfway done, so I see more pits to go. Yes, it's gonna start raining. Now, actually. The rain has arrived. The party has begun. Who is gonna screw over their drivers by staying out long? Dub currently in a very, very promising position. Kaisa, who we expect to dominate, has not been doing that, and while they are safely through, they haven't been as dominant as expected. But we'll have to see how this goes now. The rain is very, very slowly increasing on track. Bye-bye, DRS trains. Floof is up into 8 right now. Yes, making up places indeed. But it is still mainly just a big DRS train, and that is going to be problematic during pitting, particularly for the McLarens, who are running basically side-by-side. The Saubers are not in a good position to pit here. So it's going to get interesting to see how that's going to work out. Am I safe? Kieran asks if they are safe. Are you? Yes. You should be perfectly safe even if you don't score points here. Lando's getting calmer for every time he held you up. But yeah. For now, the rain is slowly increasing. We have basically some pairs here. Dub, we have Christy, and we have Serge. Serge is fighting for his life. Tess and Karen. Karen is safe. Tess is fighting for their life at the moment. Bowling, Floof, Edster, all of these guys are kind of also fighting for their life. But Edster has just been holding everyone up and creating these gaps. Edster is mainly the reason why there is a 20-second gap up to first, why there is a 7-second gap up to Karen and Tess. We have the first few cars going into the pits right now. It is beginning. Everyone's going to come into the pits. Serge gets clearly free. Chris to get clearly free. What can Tess do here? Did you just drive through the pits? Tess up into 4th. Lee comes out in 7th. Bowling in 8th. We have some redistribution of positions, I guess you could say. Dub still needs to pit. Pocanaldi still needs to pit. Lecher needs to pit. But after the first inter-stops here, we have Serge, Christy, Taz, Kieran, Bowling, Floof, Edster, Goku, Shakur, sorry, Razak, Kaiser, David, Lando, Drift, Alon Swift, Mizuki, and then we have Inferno Trap, who Red Bull have decided to screw over again with what I assume is older parts. But yeah, Dub now. Are you pitting? You are indeed pitting. Are you going to come out still ahead? I would think so. Surge now. Coming down the main straight, but Dub is basically already out of the pit. Still retains the lead. The chair comes in. Pocanaldo stays out for another lap here. The Sauber pit crew gambling. Gambling in a way that I don't think is a good idea, because like Cher has already been shuffled down quite aggressively here. Pocanaldo is just begging for someone to put it in the wall right now so they can retain 6th. That's literally the only reason why they would stay out at this point. Just as I thought my AI spoke up, why am I staying out? Well, currently you are creating more gaps in the grid, to be fair. I did it for Floof, for Surge, for the people, says Edster. The game has found a new sacrifice. The beacon has found a new target. Poconaldo is staying out again. What is this? Poconaldo decided to take out their anger on Edster and Floof. Bowling has been let go. Edster's actually, Poconaldo is actually keeping up with Bowling. But there is no such thing as an undercut here in Baku on Intis. They will last till the end, so... I don't know if this is brave or if it's stupid. It's probably just gonna be stupid as they go side by side through the castle behind him. I thought Haas was bad, but this is a whole new level. Mercedes 1-2. Well, Serge needs second place to survive, so Serge is not gonna give that up easily. Are you finally coming to the pits? Looks like it. Maybe. Yes, Poconaldo finally sees the light and goes into the pit lane. Who is the Sauber in charge? I think it's Lando? I don't actually know. It's whoever is first on the Sauber list. Mercedes with basically 2, I think. Christy, please use a 90 adaptability, bro. Currently, it is getting a little bit more peaceful here. We haven't actually seen any binning like in quali. Dub is currently in the lead. Poconaldo got shuffled basically to the back here. Tess overtakes Serge, knocking them out potentially of the standing. Serge is still surviving because Christy would be out of this stage. Serge can survive with third if things stand as they are with Christy in fourth. They're now fighting, both of them, for their lives. Christy needs to finish on the podium here. Serge needs to finish second or better if Christy does. We have 2 people with the potential of knocking each other out. We have, I do believe, we also have Tess. Tess is moving up into third with this. Kyle is going to take the F2 championship if it stands like this. But yeah, Tess could potentially also get in trouble here if they fall out of the points. But Serge and Christy are fighting alongside David. David needs to score some more points here for their future as things stand. Who's Poconaldo's engineer? He needs to be fired? I don't remember, Premium. Hello, Dark. How you doing? I am not happy with Carlos Sainz. 12th isn't good enough. Damn. Christy fast lap, which is not possible. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen here. It's just going to keep on raining. So we'll have to see how this race ends. But yeah, as it currently stands, Christy is out by a singular point. Do they get extra points, though? We are checking. Christy is currently set up for 2 extra points. So they might still be fine. 2 extra points for the changed results in Jeddah. And that is going to be bad for Serge, because Serge does not have any spare points, if I remember. Yoko's picked up a mechanical fault. How you... Oh, it's after the crash last race.
Yeah, right.
That makes sense.
Like they've developed a fault.
But yeah, Serge needs second, you know, Christy in fourth there, because Christy is entitled to 2 extra points, which pushes them up ahead. Serge does not have such a benefit. And of the cars further down here, I don't believe anyone... Yeah, no one down here is actually entitled to enough points for it to matter. Razak is going to get 4 extra points, but that doesn't push him hard enough. He needs a good result here. And Lando, you get 2 extra points. That's not going to be enough for you. But as it stands, Christy in 4th place will be good enough. Serge, however, if they move up to 2nd, then there's nothing Christy can do. Serge needs 2nd place here. Dub is currently most likely to win championship. Safety car, please. Begs Christie. Hello, Lickit. From India. Love your content. Appreciate it. GP2 parts. GP2. Well, basically here, Inferno Trappy has been screwed over by the AI giving him shittier parts than any other car on track. And that's kind of what he's suffering right now, if I'm not mistaken. So much potential placement shifting depending on positions. Yeah. Surge now. Gets up into second. At least temporarily, but Tess gets it back. Surge needs to hold on here. Can't do it. Can do it, as it turns out. Led me into false sense security. As I mentioned here, if Surge gets second, then Christie, even with the bonus points, will not be able to do anything. Needs third. Needs third. Very, very much so here. Blueface is still messing around with Edster, as this still causes some problems, as it turns out. And if Rasa can move up and score some points, that could still make it through to the main event. Edster is gatekeeping the points contention. He kind of is, you're not lying. Edster is the mini boss you need to beat in order to have a chance of getting some good points here. That is just the reality of the situation. How are you doing this, Floof Ed? Ed is expecting payback after giving Floof the win in Australia, but he does in fact let Floof go. My PC is so bad that I can't load Apple Manager 24. Is there anything I can do? Unfortunately, not really. Apple Manager is kind of demanding. So if it struggles to run it, you could try and set lower settings in Steam before you start it, but that would be about it to try and make it work. Blue's face cast was Danny Rick smile ever. Damn. On the wall there, I'm guaranteeing Edster scores points. Are you though? Because you're letting Edster run away. You kind of abandon Edster at the moment. As Shakur could get the overtake done here as well. Doesn't get it done at this point though. Not that I've experienced what low control has in store. I now wonder what a whole season of 60 points max range that would look like. F3 could be interesting. That could be interesting indeed. But we shall see how this goes. Tess is still trying to get the position back, but honestly, 12 laps to go here. Tess getting that position back. Temporarily. Very temporarily. I'm surprised we have had no red flags for safety cars this race. I'm not going to lie. Who is my favorite driver and favorite track? I think I've said this before, but Sandward, and right now I do switch drivers quite often because I want to see good racing. I want to see the rookies do well, that sort of thing. So I'm kind of boring in the sense that I support a lot of different drivers. Piastri, Hadjar, Antonelli, you get the idea. And of course the forever rookie Alonso. And we have a zero control championship. We tried that, and basically the way that the controls seem to work in this game is that... Sorry, I'm getting off on a tangent, but the way that control seems to work is that it takes the difference between drivers. So if every driver is zero control, it's the same as every driver being maximum control, it seemed like when we tested it. So if you have one driver with 1 control and one driver with 100 control, the 1 control driver is going to get shafted to absolute heck. So basically, if there is a wide spread, in this case we have potentially 60 as low control and 100 as maximum, that's when you get more incidents. So if we go even lower on control, we would most likely have more incidents than if we went, you know, same control for everyone. Christopher trying to chase down the guys ahead, and it's gaining a couple of tenths of a lap. 10 laps to go here. Can Floof? When did Edster overtake Floof? What is this? Some dark magic has occurred here. See you later, Cosby. Appreciate you stopping by. We'll have to see 10 laps remaining. We'll update you on Discord, I guess, how this goes. I love the only Alpine. Maybe not. Dutch Grand Prix is not going to ruin his contract. That sucks. I like watching Dutch 3P. I'm catching Christie. You might be. If you overtake Christie, then Christie is definitely out. Christie needs to finish... Basically, Serge needs to finish 3rd and Christie 4th for Christie to go through. Christie actually needs to get further up the grid to get through here. I didn't know about the control. That's interesting. Oh, Serge has crashed. Serge might be out here. The pressure got to him. He has spun and damaged the front wing. Spun and damaged the front wing down into 5th. Are they going to stay out and hope that a couple of cars up ahead crashes? Because we now have 3 cars running together. All that's needed is just one lockup. And Serge is back into this. But yeah, that is Serge with a crash that has currently put them down into 11th and outside of the F1 at the moment. David also does need to score some points there if they want to have any hope of getting through. Being down in 18th and with damage, that is going to be difficult. Christie now kind of being granted a free pass there with Serge accident, and all of Ed's good work comes undone. Oh, your sacrifice goes to Vaynets, yeah. I have low control. I can delete them all, says Kieran. Kieran now currently announces that he has low control. He could be the one to lock up and take out both Taz and Christie in one fell swoop. Serge might still not be out of this, but yeah, we'll see how the lap times are looking with that damage. It's still somewhat competitive. At this rate, bowling is not going to catch him. So, gonna need a little bit of help there from the top 3, or rather the top 4 here, to get through. I sacrificed with floof. Don't know what you mean. True. Send an angry letter to the barrier. You could, I guess. Kieran is falling up right now. Christie is going full send in the hopes of chasing down that 2nd place. And further back here, Floof is still kind of just protecting Edster, giving him at least a couple more points as things stand. Rasek, fighting for their life, is trying to score a couple more points, but even with this, it's too little. Gonna need to get a little bit more to get through here. But currently, Edster would score a decent chunk of points, 12. If things stand as they are. Can Rasek launch? No. Can Floof launch? No. Christie now also falling a little bit further backwards, trying to maintain their tires. Goku was considering making an attack there on the McLaren. Might still try. Now it's 6 laps to go. The safety car window is closing. But the safety car won't really make any difference, but we shall see. Silhouette. Baku, the grip has gone. Anything can still happen over the last couple of laps. Room says I'm not gonna be last, as Edster. Are there any special challenges this season, like the previous one with no smoothness? Random is the challenge, CWTR. You have stat windows, so you can put on, like, say, 60 to 80 for your braking. Then we basically roll a dice to decide how much your braking actually is. So it's randomness, which is not really a challenge. It's more like just a fun little see how well you do sort of thing. But some people might take it a little bit too serious, so probably not gonna do much randomness again. That is basically the entire challenge. I don't know. I know the constructors don't matter, but where's Merck's place? I would assume at the top. Yeah, 88 points. That's enough to put you predominantly at the top 2. But right now, Christie is trying, and we see Floof with damage. Christie gets the overtake done. Floof has crashed on turn 16.
Let's take a look at the replay. So here we are following the Alpine.
Floof does what Surge did.
The impact's made.
That is unfortunate there for the Floof. And Floof is now out of the points in this race. That does change things up a little bit, potentially. And Goku just ensures that they cannot go into the pits here. There will be no pitting for the Floof. That could have been the safety car that would have changed everything, but no, we're not even getting that. Floof couldn't create the spectacle needed. Sasha is my F1 carrier with those horrible strategies. Lousy's is so happy he's out, damn. Oh, damn. Can no longer protect you, Edster. I'm sorry. Yeah, Edster now is in danger. I have 61 defense. I can't hold this P2, but you can probably push enough that you get away from Tess. Or you can make the safety car. That's very unfortunate. Both Surge and Christie have had their incidents. And that is a crash involving multiple cars. Taz. Taz just boots them into the barriers. That is very unfortunate. Okay, it wasn't my fault, says Taz. But yeah, that is Christie out, unfortunately. And like Esther, just decides to retire at the countryside. Wait, why is Mercedes upset? Because potentially it was the Mercedes driver causing something here. We'll have to see if they pick up a penalty. I think they'll be fine, but yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. I'm upset for others. That was incredibly unfortunate, and I think it is late enough here that the safety car is just going to end things. If Taz gets a penalty, that's them out of the points. Investigation. No penalty given. Taz survives with no penalty given here. Edster moves up to 6th. The question now is, what is the order gonna look like? Because this changes things. This changes things massively. I thought we had another safety car there for a second. I thought we had another incident when it flashed over. But yeah, that was not the ending we were hoping for. Not gonna lie. Safety car is ending. Is it coming in? No, it's coming in on the next lap. Oh, we go live. Safety car ended. Green lap racing here. Surge, final lap. Can you get yourself up into 3rd? Kieran is looking to launch an attack. Surge with damage. Can you make it work? Bowling, 5th. Shakur 6. Edster 7 now. Rasik 8. Lecher 9. Floof in 10th. Can Surge, who loses that position, down to 5th. That is not what was needed here. That safety car screwed over Christie and Surge at the same time, I believe. Mutually assured destruction here from Christie. That is actually nuts. That's actually nuts, because I'm pretty sure with the damage here, Surge can't get the overtake done. The RS could have appeared if we had one more lap here too. Is Rassick going to get the overtake on the McLaren? Rassick almost put the McLaren in the wall. But yeah, this getting wild there. Final lap. Dub is going to win. We have Taz coming in here in 2nd by the looks of it. Looks very likely. It's going to be close, though. Kieran in third, Bowling gets fourth. Surge is trying, but it wasn't enough. Adster gets sixth, Shakir gets seventh, Rask 8th. Let's share 9th, and then we have Floof in 10th. WMD wins. That was a weird end to this. We'll take a look at the standings once we are through. Don't worry, Tix.
And what an occasion for the Aston Martin driver.
It is. If I don't make it, you don't do myself. Oh, that is unfortunate because I think Surge might have been true. If he remained in fourth, we'll see. But this is kind of wild. Check milk development. We'll take a look at it, but I think it is. We checked the development kern also before the race. Everyone should be fine. Put me in V-car with Sherlyn again. I'm going to dominate them. Let's see here. Who goes through to F1? David somehow pulled through. So Kieran takes the constructor title 1 point ahead of Kyle. Sorry, not constructor, driver title. One takes the title without winning a race. 1 point ahead of Kyle here. Kyle does win this race, has 2 wins. Tess comes third, Kaiser fourth. We have Goku in 5th, Inferno in 6th, Bowling in 7th. Then we have Floof and David. Somehow both of the Alpines survived here. And because Serge lost that 4th place, David got through. Straight up. But I believe there is some extra points there that do need to be given out. So I can't say for certain that David is through. So let me just check the notepad here. And what Discord says, basically. Because I did post in Discord the points. And let us go through who it needs to get what. So, of the cars that are below David here, Surge is not getting any bonus points, unfortunately. Rasek is getting a +4, which is unfortunately kicking out David because of the changes in Jeddah. So right now, Rasek is through, unfortunately, and I don't think anyone else can get enough points to change that, unfortunately. So Rasek, congratulations, you do get through on the Jeddah change. It pulls you up to 39 points. I am sorry, David, but that is just how it happened here with the changes as it stands. It is just very unfortunate. Surge does not have any bonus points to push him up. Does David have any points there? I'm just double checking to make sure that I'm not saying stupid stuff. I'm pretty sure he doesn't. So that unfortunately does change things in favor of Rasek. Apologies, David. Okay, well, I didn't want to get your hopes up, so I kind of did by telling you finished 9th and just got in. I just want to apologize for that. But yeah, Rasek gets in by a singular point. Right there. Surge needs to be 2, Chrissy needs to be 3. I'm innocent of this crime, Premium. I don't know how I got through. I scored 1 point first 3 races combined. Well, you pulled it back together, Floof, and you are safe by a good 30, 22, 21 points. So I don't think you need to worry about that. Keke Rosberg only won 1 race and was champion. True. Yes, with the Jeddah bonus point, Rasek gets through, unfortunately. No entry for you, Search, even with the extra points. I'm so pissed you're not making true, makes me a little happy. So we have some Schadenfreude going on here, I believe. But yeah. Christy, it was very unfortunate that you crashed. It was very unfortunate Surge crashed. Both of you needed good results here. And both of your drivers, unfortunately, did bin it. It was incredibly unfortunate. David is in 9th, that is correct, but does fall down to 10th. And since only the top 9 go through, it is, unfortunately, David who pulls the shortest straw here. But with the constructors, Mercedes still gets that. So F2 champion Mercedes here with 90 points scored in this race. That's more than some constructors got total. Interestingly enough, Sauber had the worst time here alongside Williams. McLaren had a little bit of a comeback here, but they didn't have any particularly good time either. Neither did Haas. Red Bull, the double RBs here, scoring no points. And Aston does sneak second place ahead of Ferrari, Alpine, and the, well, Red Bulls here. But yeah, pretty close fight, with the exception of Mercedes just sweeping everything at the end here. I also think those crashes, the bowling sneak through. You're not wrong, Edster. Let's take a look at, did bowling sneak through on those crashes? No, bowling would still have 39 points actually. So bowling, if bowling scored no points, Rask would be true because he would be a higher position. But bowling would still be safe even if they finish 5th. If they finished 5th, Serge would have been in instead of Rask, basically. So bowling took the position away and kicked Serge for no tangible gain, actually. Corner accuracy and not through. Yes. You can't use cornering and accuracy if you crash out, though, Christy. That is just the unfortunate reality. But yeah, it's unfortunate. I got 97 out of the 103 points. I love that. I love that. Aston Martin scored 103 points. 98 of them were scored by Kieran. And, well, Alonso Swift did not live up to the rumors. Alonso Swift was, in fact, Alonso, just in a different disguise. So, yeah. I think that is the highest percentage of points scored by one driver rather than the other. So that is kind of insane there. Bowling and Rask was indeed very lucky. Not the math, but I still think bowling was lucky. I think bowling would have been true anyways. But yeah, it does help. Very Aston Martin of them. That was fun. The qualifiers are done here. I will not be streaming the main event tomorrow. It will be next weekend most likely. I might still stream tomorrow, but that is going to be something different. I think we're going back to the pit lane challenge if I do stream. But it might be later in the day and not directly after the race. We'll have to see when I have time for it. But yeah, this was fun. We'll do main event probably next weekend. We might start on it a little bit earlier in the week, depending on what I have time for. But we shall see what happens here. But yeah, that was it for now. I'll take a look at it, Floof. I don't know how the team's going to set up, but if people do want to be teammates together, I'll try and make that happen. But we might need to just roll the teams because the pit boxes here definitely screwed over the two Sauber drivers. So we'll have to see. Maybe I need to figure out a way to, you know, sort that out. But with that in mind, we are going to end it here. Thank you all very much for watching and participating. Main event is going to be coming soon. Hopefully it's going to be a lot more fun. I'll also have to see what I do in terms of rerolls. If I give the people that participate in F2 one before F1, I don't know. I'm a little bit unsure how we're going to do that, what's going to be fair. We will talk about it and figure something out. Alonso slow was fast, Alonso Swift was slow. Yes. Reverse psychology there for the driver's sticks. Download F1 from Epic Games was free. It was at one point, yes, Lickit, you're not wrong. Appreciate it, Edster. Appreciate Kyle. Karen wants to stay at Aston. I think we can make that happen. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, David. I like my current stance as Karen. Well, it'll be a choice if you do it or not, so don't worry. But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. I am going to have to run here. It's been fun. Let us do this again next weekend with the main event. Let's see how that goes. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a good weekend. Hope everyone's looking forward to the race tomorrow. I know I am. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. That helps me out a ton. And with that, bye-bye. For real this time. See you next time.